We will start the meeting. As soon as the councilman gets here, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilman Fogarty.
Yeah.
Councilman Lawson.
Yeah.
Council Vice President Rigo.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Souza.
Here.
Council President Rodrick.
Here, thank you. The record show today, July 9th, all 5 members are present. Please rise for the salute to the flag. Thank you. Under proclamations and presentations, I would ask the councilwoman from Ward 2, Councilwoman Souza, who may also be assisted by Council Vice President Rigo, to please make those presentations or at least introduce them.
Thank you, President Rodrick. So as we know, we wrapped up Restaurant Week a couple of weeks ago. It was highly successful in the community. It boosted our local businesses' revenue and their at least footprint into the store, gave people an opportunity to try new restaurants in the city with some incentives. Gift certificates were given as prizes for those who participated at local eateries, and now they can then go and try maybe a new restaurant. So with that, we did give a little congratulations last week, 2 weeks ago. But tonight we'd like to recognize those individual restaurants that participated again in this first annual event. We understand that most of the 39 will not be present today, given the hour, and they're, I'm sure, working at their restaurant. So we will definitely get a hold of them and get these to them. We do have the certificates of participation divided amongst the council members by ward. So we'll each read off, and if the resident, the owner or representative of the restaurant is present, we ask that you come up to accept your participation award, and if not, we will definitely get it to you. So we will start with the first ward. Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you, Councilwoman Souza. I'm just going to add a couple of things to this. I want to again thank my council people for getting behind this idea that I thought about back in February or March. The month doesn't matter. But really what matters is I ask everybody who is here tonight and also who might be watching live or watching this on a reorder, that the brick and mortar restaurants are the lifeblood of this city. And I ask, if you have a choice, unless you're at a fair or in an event where they might be selling popcorn or anything like that, go spend your money at a local brick and mortar establishment in the city. They're the people who support your little leagues. They're the ones that people call on when there's an events at church for gift certificates, for multiple events. If you do not support over the summer these brick and mortar restaurants, you're doing a disservice, and it's a lack of townie pride. So, but again, I want to thank these restaurants who are here tonight for supporting it. But again, they've gone through hell, and this bridge isn't going to get done anytime soon. So I just ask that you maintain your support for the brick and mortar restaurants in this city. Thank you. And with that, my first one is Pazzi's Place. Crick Point Brewery. The Nerdy Baker. The Pantry at Avenue N. I know Nick wouldn't be here tonight. Unfortunately, his dad passed away in New York. I see the next crew, Uncle Tony's Pizza and Pasta. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to come to the?
Want to know? Thank you. I thought it was, your daughter tells me all the time it's her idea. No.
Thank you.
That's good. Contenders Sports Bar. And what a great job they've done redoing that place. Skeff's Pub. Honey Bird, which falls under Nick. And Avenue N American Kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. So in the center of the city or Ward 2 district, we have Rose's Tavern. Cafe Zara. All Seasons Cafe. Scared Cow Ice Cream Shop. Sacred Cow. I always say scared. I know. I don't know. The cow's a little scary. No, I'm just.
You just scared the owner.
It's only scary if you're lacking some help.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Every time. Madeira Restaurant. Zoe's Pizza and Seafood. EP Wieners. The 133 Club. Jeff's Pizza. Ibiza Restaurant. Sun and Moon Korean Restaurant. The Burrito Bowl. The Local. Red Bridge Tavern. Saks Pizza and Saks Steak and Pizza. Campino's. And Pusan Thai Street Food. So thank you again to all of the restaurants in Ward 2 for your participation in your successful week. Ward 3.
Ward 3, Davenport's Restaurant. IHOP Providence. Italian Corner. And Miller's Famous Sandwich. All right.
And last but not least, the awesome Riverside, home of Crescent Park, Salmon Point, and the beautiful Willett Pond. We have China Gourmet. As I discombobulate everything here. Teddy's Candy and More. Townie's Feel Good Food. Make sure to Geese Market. MC's Pizza. Taco Neando. Union Square Bistro, where me and Anna had awesome mac and cheese, lobster mac and cheese. My old Little League coach, Mr. Farnsworth Cafe. And last but not least, the awesome Steve and Diane Medeiros of Stevie D's.
I fully expected some chicken wings tonight, but we'll have to wait.
If we could have the participants that are in the audience, please come back up so we could take a group picture with everybody. That would be greatly appreciated.
And that's it. You guys don't have to stay if this stuff bores you.
Thank you again to all the EP businesses. Keep up the good work and keep up the good fight. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Under proclamations and presentations, Rhode Island Energy has a presentation to review a multi-year gas project in Kent Heights area.
Just for the record, identify yourself, please.
The light's on, so I think I'm good. Jacques Afonso, Rhode Island Energy. And full disclosure, I am a resident of East Providence 37-ish years, so I'm starving. A lot of good restaurants, great restaurants, so this is a little distracting, but
Good choice.
yes, definitely good choice. So thank you all on behalf of Rhode Island Energy. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. Again, Jacques Afonso. I am one of the external affairs managers of Rhode Island Energy. And I act as overall account manager for large critical customers in the East Bay and Aquatic Island and liaison for the municipalities and so forth. So with that today, I'm here to represent and speak on behalf of the gas department at Rhode Island Energy with regards to a 3-year plan of some extensive work that's either started or ongoing and going to be started in the near future in the next 3 years, primarily in the Kent Heights area. So if we go to the first slide, please, or next slide. I hope. Are there other slides, I hope? Okay, all right. That's a good sign. Okay, perfect. And and if there's an answer a question I can't answer, I also have 2 colleagues, one from gas construction, one from engineering, if something does come up that I can't answer. But the first slide here just describes who we are as Rhode Island Energy. We are the predominant main utility company here in Rhode Island. We have approximately 1,100 employees, all live and work in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and nearby. We have approximately 1,200 square miles of service area, pretty much all of Rhode Island, aside from the northwestern corner, the Pasco area, and also Block Island. We have in total 775 utility customers, 500,000 electric, 275 gas, as you can see there. And as you can see from the information below there, we have quite extensive amounts of assets in Rhode Island, that cover gas, electric, and so forth. So we can go to the next slide, please. So in the gas department, there are three, and I apologize, probably should have done this a little bit larger. There are three primary sets of work that the gas department handle. The first one is new customer work. This could be as simple as a new gas service to a home, tying into an existing gas main. This could be some extensive gas main to get gas to a certain area to accommodate a new commercial business, whatever it may be. But again, our first type of work is related to new customer work. The second falls under emergency response, which falls under two main categories of leak repairs and also main cutoffs. Any service that's not active in 5 years has to be cut off within 5 years or at the 5-year mark. So there's a lot of that, and also a lot of emergency response to home fires and so forth. We usually go there to turn off the gas and work with the fire department. The third set of work is falls under the planned project category, and that is the primary work you see us out there doing work on main streets, side streets, and so forth is connected to the planned projects, which focuses on replacing aging infrastructure. I hate to say aging because age isn't an indicator of condition, but it is the older infrastructure that has to be replaced, primarily the leak-prone pipe, the cast iron. And we do have initiatives that fall under going from a low-pressure system to a high-pressure system. And the projects I'm going to speak to, or you're going to see in a few slides, are going to just about cover each one of those, but primarily it's going to be the low-pressure conversion to the high-pressure. And next slide, please. This is probably the simplest description of what the process of implementing, creating, and executing a project. It falls under two main categories. The first one is falls under engineering, identifying the need, the area. It goes to design, permitting, and everything gets coordinated, and then a package is created and given to the construction operations team to see it through in construction. And those bullet points on the construction is the sequence of work that occurs out there. The new gas main is installed within the roadway, parallel to the road, going along the road. Once that new gas main is in and is live and in service, then we start replacing the gas services to each of the homes. Each existing gas service gets connected to the new gas main that's in the street. The last part of that is the gas meter replacement connection to the new gas service. Ultimately, when all the existing gas services and new gas services are connected to the new gas main, ultimately the old gas system, the old gas main and services get disconnected, the gas purged and abandoned in place. And the last piece of the project, probably one of the most critical, is the restoration at the end with regards to the permanent restoration of the roadways, the sidewalks, lumen seed, and so forth, and other efforts out
I
there.
have a question on that.
Yes, sir.
I represent Ward 1, which is you live in East Providence. Ward 1 is the Rumford section. This was done about 5 to 10 years ago up in Ward 1. And I get complaints all the time. There are many streets that weren't properly repaved. There's now a ton of streets that have sinkholes because they did exactly what you did in that order, but the last thing never happened. And that obviously wasn't Rhode Island Energy at the time, it was National Grid. But obviously similar company, the names change, but the players stay the same.
It still falls under us, and ultimately
Yeah. So I have a lot of streets that is an issue where, they went under the grass and that was all fine. And then the patches in the street and everything caused a lot of sinkholes, and the streets need to be totally repaired.
If that is the case and you have situations, ultimately when we restore the roads and have the permanent patches, permanent restoration of the areas, we own those, the restoration for 5 years. So we own that. So if it falls under the 5 years or even afterwards, if there's a situation where we didn't do what we needed to do, if you can get that information to the Public Works Director.
Yeah, I will get it to Dan, yeah.
Get it to Dan. He has us on speed dial. He has the right folks on the gas side on speed dial, especially on the restoration department, to figure out when it was done, did we drop the ball when it came to a few years ago and so forth, so we can work with him on
I
that.
know some of them are beyond 5 years, so, but I just wanted to ask you that question, but obviously you guys do a great job as far as everything else.
And we appreciate that, but still, if there's an area that, again, we miss something or it needs attention, if you can get that information to Dan Borges, he'll connect with the right folks in the gas department.
All right, thank you.
No, thank you. And I think I was done with this slide. If we can go on to the next slide, please. The next two slides are a little bit wordy, but I'll try to summarize them as best I can. With regards to the gas construction coordination, I actually probably should have added coordination and communication. We do coordinate as best we can with the municipality and also other external stakeholders, state DOT and so forth, on communicating our gas work plan, trying to coordinate work efforts in the field, making sure that we're not on top of each other and so forth. So we typically have the construction season in early spring to late fall. If the winter season's cooperative and we can get hot patch, sometimes in certain areas we're doing work throughout the winter season. But we start communication in the fall where we send the city engineer and the public works director our work plan, our gas work plan for the year. Then we request the municipality's work plan, and this isn't just municipality. This is also with the Narragansett Bay Commission. This is also with the Bristol County Water Authority, other utilities out there that are doing work in the area. The gas department tries to coordinate with them as best as possible. So again, we're coordinating efforts and not on top of each other and trying to be as efficient as we can. Again, I also mentioned DOT. We coordinate directly with DOT and so forth. And again, it starts the communication with the work plan in the fall, but the conversations continue on throughout the year when it comes to coordinating work. We do the best we can. A lot of times, different work plans with Rhode Island Energy and other utilities, external stakeholders, and so forth. It doesn't always line up, but we do the best we can with regards to really lining up projects that we do out there in the field. And the last bullet there, with every large main replacement project, one of the things that we do is we send the butter notifications, the butter letters to all the residents that live on those streets where we're going to be doing work, and it provides a description of the work, the timeline, and a contact person. And so again, that's something that we provide. So all the projects you're going to see, and some of them that are upcoming, either have been notified or will be notified. And if we can go to the next slide, please. And just the last wordy slide here that I want to talk about is, aside from the previous slide where we coordinate our work plans, we also coordinate our permanent restoration, whether it's a permanent restoration of the patches or the trenches along the streets and neighborhoods and so forth. When we meet with, when the gas department meets with the public works department, city engineer, the supervisor for the restoration team also attends to review his work plan for the year, to get into, so they can coordinate the best time for him to come into the municipality to do the restoration work, coordinate efforts and so forth, and also see the limits of restoration, because a lot of times we're all over the road, so curb to curb. The majority that you see out there now is curb to curb. But there are some that it's curb to center line and so forth. So all that coordination is done between the restoration supervisor and the public works office. Next slide, please. So what you're seeing here today, right now, is not the full picture of the East Providence gas system, but it's the bulk majority, especially where the next few slides, the work that we're going to be doing the next 3 years. What you see here today is all our gas mains and their locations, but there's two categories. One is the low pressure, which is green, and the other is the high pressure, which is dark orange. If I can also point to, on the northern part of the slide, off Taunton Ave, Dyer Street, we have what's called a take station. That is the line of demarcation between us taking the gas supply from the gas transmission company, Enbridge, not a non-Rhode Island Energy company, that feeds pretty much, that supplies our distribution system, supplies the area. So we have that one up there on Dyer Street off Taunton Ave. We also have the one right on Wampanoag, right there in the southern part there. So as you can see there, with those two take stations there, we have a high pressure system on the northern part of the city there. We have a low pressure system in the middle, and then we have a high pressure system in the southern part of East Providence there. And part of the work and the effort in the next 3 years, and the projects you're going to see in the next few slides, are to connect those two high pressure separate systems together, so we have redundancy. So if something happens to one, again, we have the other one to back up. So it's a safety reliability issue there. But we also have an issue with the low pressure system there on Kent Heights. So right where Greenwich Ave is, that Greenwich Ave is a low pressure line going up north, again, green. And engineering modeling has recently shown that on the coldest day of the year, the models show that we may have some pressure issues on the low pressure system in those areas because that area there is at the end of the low pressure system. So that right side there, right in parallel to Wampanoag Trail, is at the end of the low pressure system. So they're in modeling that they have done, there's some concerns there. So again, the projects you're going to see going forward are going to be to convert that area, Ken Heights there, that green, from low pressure to high pressure, and then ultimately connecting the two high pressure systems in the northern and southern part there. And before we move on, one of the things I wanted to point out is the two elephants in the room. One is that we are very well aware, I'm personally very well aware of the traffic impacts of the bridge closing, lane restrictions and so forth. I know things have improved, but that is the one thing that was a major concern for us, something that we are paying close attention. We are coordinating directly with the city engineer, public works director, and the police department to make sure that whatever work you see in the next few slides are done at the right times during the day, the season, and that we're not impacting traffic. And again, we have the right coordination to make sure that we're not impacting or adding any more to the traffic issues that East Providence has experienced throughout the year. And most likely we'll expect to see as the bridge effort and so forth moves forward. The other elephant in the room is that even though I was touting how good we are in communication and coordination with the municipality and other stakeholders and so forth, we don't always get it right, and we don't always catch it at the right time in coordinating efforts of the municipality paving streets or us paving streets where we have to get in and so forth. So where you're going to see the next few slides, there are areas that there were roads that were literally just paved within the last year or the last 2 years that we're going to be digging up and impacting the local residents and so forth. So again, the two elephants in the room that I just want to put out there, full disclosure, that again, we are very well aware and very sensitive to that impact to the municipalities and the local.
Can I just ask a quick question before we move on? Can you describe the differences between the low and the high pressures?
The low, it's the amount of flow in the gas lines. So low pressure system, very, very low. I guess the best way I can describe it. And probably just move the flow of the gas can just move the paper slightly and so forth. The higher pressure, it just moves at a higher rate, can accommodate larger loads, more customers. It does require additional equipment at the houses, such as a regulator and so forth. But again, it's the pressure and the flow within the lines. Low pressure, very low flow, and then high pressure. But this is where, Brandon, if I didn't communicate that appropriately, just throw something at me, please. Did that answer that question?
It does. I'm just wondering, like, because you said that section is at the lower end of low.
It's at the tail end of the low pressure system.
So would that then create that effect for the other low section, or would it increase their flow a little bit because you're eliminating a section and they're now?
The latter. It'll help because it's going to take customers off the low pressure system and into the high. And ultimately, even though we don't have plans for the overall low pressure system, ultimately our main goal is to replace all the cast iron leak foam pipe out there and also to convert as much low to high as we can in the municipality.
Throughout the city?
Correct.
Okay. So when things were being changed or are being changed, they're being changed from low to high.
Mhm.
Is that the repair project in general across the city?
In general, it falls into two categories, replacing the leak foam pipe, the cast iron, the old aging pipe that's out there. And then it's also the converting the low to high. Sometimes it's just the leak foam pipe, replacing the cast iron to plastic pipe. But what we're trying to do now is go more from the low to high and replace the leak foam pipe at the same time. Try to utilize both programs.
Okay, thank you.
Are you also attempting to bring all of the meters to the outside as opposed to in the homes, or is that not
Ultimately,
priority?
it's a great question. Apologies if I cut you off there. Our preference is to have the meters outside. It's safer. It's easier to access. It's not that whichever meters are inside is unsafe, but it is easier for us to access, to change them in case of emergencies and so forth. It is our preference to have the meters outside, but it is ultimately the customer, the homeowner's choice to leave the meters inside. The areas that stay low pressure, the meters can stay inside if the homeowner chooses. When it's going from low to high, if the customer wants the meter to stay inside, it's their choice. But regardless, we're going to have to install a regulator to regulate the pressure that's going into the home. So there is going to be a device that's installed on the outside of those homes that are going from low to high.
I would think that it's convenient to have it outside for homeowners because you could ride by, you could check, as opposed to trying to gain access to the home if homeowners aren't home or they're working, or I would think that's their choice, but it's best to have it outdoors.
Correct. Again, it's our preference. I know in other municipalities and historic districts, it's quite an effort to get just the approval from the historic district and commission to relocate a meter outside. So I know in other districts, they prefer them to stay inside. It's overall their preference, but again, ultimately, our preference is for them to relocate it outside. But at the end of the day, it will be ultimately the decision of the homeowner. And
Thank you. Continue.
yes, next slide, please. So this here highlights the overall 7 projects that we have planned that are either ongoing now or will be happening in the next 3 years in East Providence. And again, you can see, if you remember and tie back to the previous slide, we are looking to connect that high pressure system in the north, upgrade the low to high in the middle, then connect to the high pressure in the south. So in the last point there, the bullet point there, again, this ties into a lot of those different programs that I discussed before, mentioned the low to high pressure, replacing leak foam pipe, and also getting rid of that single feed to the north and single feed to the south that's connecting those 2 systems there. But if you go on to the next slide, please. This shows here what we've started this year and what we plan to start in the very near future. So that very first box on the top on the Waterman Ave area there, that's work that we've started recently within the last few weeks or month. We've mainly been working on the side streets, but in the next week or 2, we are going to get to the point where we're going to be doing the main replacement on Waterman Ave. So again, high traffic area concerns. That's work that we're looking to do and get done before the school starts, because you can see we're getting to Pawtucket Ave, that area there with the school, and I know there's a lot of traffic there. For all the residents and the high school students that go there for PCD and also the East Providence High School, of course. But again, this is where we're coordinating directly with the police department to make sure that the police details are coordinated and assigned, our work and start and end times are appropriate. And again, if there's even a condition in the field where I think we all know if there's an accident or bad weather on the highway and there's an accident, all that traffic, even as good as it is today, will overflow into the municipality and side streets. So we're prepared as a team, or operations is prepared as a team to, on those days that we shouldn't be out there, or something happens, to kind of button things up and get out of there. Because again, we don't want to add to the frustration, to the issues, traffic issues out there. The other project going to the very south there, that's our Wampanoag high pressure line that's being replaced. That's also was started recently. It was been mainly on side streets. We recently communicated with the Public Works and Police Department that we were ready to transition to the state roads in that area there. And we have communicated and coordinated their responses that it's okay to proceed with monitoring the situation, making sure that there's no traffic impacts. We've communicated that to the DOT, and if that hasn't already started, that work on state roads should be starting in the near future. But that project on the very bottom there, that one in the red, that's a full, just about 3-year project. And again, it has started. And the one in the middle is the one that we're looking to start next. Again, that's that low pressure system, that neighborhood area that we're looking to, again, go from low to high. Again, full disclosure, that's an area that's had roads recently paved within the last year or 2. So one of the things we're going to do as we draft the abutter letters for that work and those notifications, we're going to give a little bit more explanation of just, again, nothing on the municipality, but on our end, not being able to coordinate in time, and again, to work with the municipality's recent paving that occurred in that area there. So those letters should go out within the next 2 weeks. And as we line up resources and so forth and finalize things, we're looking to start that work end of July, beginning of August, with the goal of starting off on the state road near the Kent Heights Elementary School to get out of that area before the school starts. And if it doesn't start, we can't be there before school starts. It has to be that window after school session starts and before school session ends, because again, we don't want to add the issues of traffic in that area there. And these projects here alone, we're looking at about $26 million in total. All those projects is about $32 million worth of projects. But here alone, about 20 for the one on the bottom, 4 for the one at Kent Heights, and 2-ish, 1 give or take for the one up north. If you go to the next slide, please.
Just a quick question. The teal colored streets, what does that indicate? Current work?
That, and actually, that's a great question. That is, so we actually have 2 different views in our GIS system. The first one you saw just showed the pressure, green and orange. This one here shows a little bit different. The high pressure is the teal and the low pressure is the light green bar there. So it's just a different
Okay, perfect.
color. Great question. So this next slide here shows we're going to continue on to the next portion of the Waterman Ave project up north there, and then continue to, I believe that's Boyd's Lane, just south of Greenwich Ave there, and again, continuing on the work on the Wampanoag Trail. And next slide, please. I only have one more slide, so that's all we need. Okay, so, and this will cap off, again, the 7 projects. Those in that area there, Pawtucket Ave, again, just north of that, the Kent Heights area there. Again, that work should be starting 2026, 27. And then we have the last piece of the Wampanoag project down there at that take station, that red box in the southern part of that map there. And again, and we're not waiting for it to do the full restoration on those previous projects and previous slides. As we finish those projects and all those residents go from the low to high and we're ready to pave, we will be paving those areas. So we're not waiting to pave all these areas at the end of 3 years. We're going to be paving as those projects complete and we're able to move on. So this was the last slide. The next one just says thank you, but so there's no technical issues. You didn't have to, but thank you. Again, our next steps here, aside from providing this update here, answer any questions that you may have, either now or offline. Again, the Public Works Director can get any questions or concerns you have to us and the gas team. But our next steps will be to, again, draft and send out those letters to the Kent Heights neighborhood area. And then again, start that work in end of July, early August. And also, of course, meeting with the police department to make sure that we're on the same page with police details and
I
traffic.
would just defer to Councilman Fogarty in Ward 3 if you had any specific questions while the gentleman is here. I'm
Good
sure we can continue to.
Yeah, that's fine. I was contacted in the past. Ward 3 Rep Frank Fogarty, thank you. The volume of the gas is controlled by you also, even with the high pressure lines?
Yes, they're all controlled by our infrastructure and also at it's the take stations, and also we have rec stations spread out throughout the city that also help maintain the pressure.
And your meters are read electronically, drive-by meters? You don't have to go in, right? You just.
Yeah,
drive by.
I'm not fully aware. We don't have to go in. No, we don't.
And preferably inside or outside, what is the weather patterns as far as where we live, as far as putting them inside or leaving them inside instead of going outside?
Again, it's ultimately all the new constructions. Our preference is to do it out. It's to have the meters relocate, have them located on new services outside. But again, depending on the project, the complexity, the location, there are some circumstances. Again, the customer wants it that the meters would be inside.
And we're supposed to have the state road Pawtucket Ave done. 26 was the game plan. So in conjunction with that plan for you, 26, 27, and it looks like it's going all the way down from us, 1, 2, 3, 4, right through the whole area. Coordinating that paving could be done with the same time. And you're saying you're paving after the gas work's done?
When our gas work is done and complete, we go in. Well, it's a little. I should have mentioned this before. We do let the ground settle for at least 3 months, give or take. Some municipalities have different requirements to make sure that the temporary trenches settle in time. But ultimately, afterwards, 3 months or after the winter season, we go back and we pave the areas. And again, this being a state road, that being a state road, and other municipal roads, we will coordinate with DOT and the municipality.
Okay, that 3 months is when the most calls come in.
I believe it, and that's where,
And I've been on them all, and I've called a lot.
yes,
The wavy ones, and the potholes, that will definitely take your front end out. But no further questions right now. Thank you for contacting me.
no, and thank you all. And again, this is why I'm glad the ops supervisors here and the engineering and so forth. Again, they respond very quickly once they get concerns and issues. Again, if you get any concerns or issues, temporary patches, settling, because again, sometimes all it takes is one either really cold snap or one really wet, rainy 3 days that something that was flush and compacted gets all wavy. So, but again, we own the temporary patch until it gets permanently restored. And then even when it gets permanently restored, we own it for 5 years. So again, it's our responsibility to respond and get it taken care of.
I appreciate that. If you could get those sewer covers level, that'd be appreciated because, I'm not drunk driving when I do try to avoid them. I am actually trying to put the middle of my car over them. Once in a while, there's a joke intended. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Just remember, we know where you live.
I do.
East Providence, he
I
said.
have no excuse to take my time to get home. It's John.
But seriously, thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you very much.
Are there any, are there printouts of the presentation available?
You have the hard up?
Okay.
Yeah, so, but I have a few copies here if you want it now, but
I can have the city clerk send it. over.
thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your questions, counsel. Next item, please. Yeah, executive session will be conducted here at the public dais. So there'll be no need to go into executive session. We'll entertain the claim here in public session. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Sorry, this is a pothole claim. The Director of Public Works recommended approval of the claim. The claimed amount is $314.42. Under state law, however, as you know, the maximum amount for pothole claims is $300. So I would actually recommend approval for $300.
There a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Lawson to approve in the amount of $300, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. We don't have to seal any minutes. There's nothing. Next item, please.
Under consent calendar, you have the council journals for June 13th, 2024, the work session, June 25th, 2024, regular meeting minutes, and June 27th, 2024, a work session.
There a motion?
Motion to accept?
Motion by Councilman Lawson to accept, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. 5-0. Next item.
Under licenses, you have the option to
Yes, is there a motion to bundle?
I think we should take some of these individually, so.
I second the motion individual on these.
Okay, we'll go one at a time. First one.
one-day entertainment license. The applicant is Armando Medeiros for the Feast of the Holy Ghost. It's from July 12th to July 14th from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. It's entertainment for a band.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion, Councilman Lawson to approve, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
A special event license for a Class F for the same applicant, the Feast of the Holy Ghost, the same dates, July 12th to July 14th, 7 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion, Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we missing a number 2?
We're missing a number.
Yes.
Okay.
Just finished that. There were no opposed, so that one passes. Yes, go ahead. Is there
So we're on-
number
There's
2?
a hawker's license for Robert Baptista for a positive atmosphere. His business address is listed as 52 Burgess Avenue, 02914.
Thank you. Can you explain the hawker's license, what that is, for those who are not aware?
It's the ability to set up a table and sell wares at arts and crafts events. His products listed on that application were wellness items such as candles.
Okay, so it's a mobile license to set up anywhere or in an event, or
Yeah.
you have a hawker's license, where can you sell?
Is it mobile? Excuse me, to it. Is it a mobile unit? I'm just trying to,
Yeah, I believe they can sell within the city.
your mobile unit.
Hawkers and peddlers and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I used to own one. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
I had a catering food truck, so I'm just wondering, what is it? Is it mobile? Is it flea markets? Is it stationary?
We just approved the food truck. And this is the gentleman that got a storefront grant, but he's not in the storefront. And so the hawker, is that for the CBD? Is it, you said it's for candles?
A hawker means any person selling or offering for sale any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever, including any food or beverage, which is no longer, because of the full food license.
Right.
Any public street, highway, public right of way, or any other location that does not have a building or structure for such purpose. So that's what a hawker is defined under our statute.
So he'd be
Different-
selling.
Which is different from a mobile food establishment.
So he'd be selling food, I mean, not food, but goods. outside of a brick and mortar establishment.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those. We used to do the same thing as the parade. The parade route, right, hawker's license. They get the hawker's license to sell their goods. The same similarity.
So unlike the mobile food trucks, is there a state law that supersedes this area too?
No, so there's a hawkers and peddlers state law that allows cities and towns to issue hawkers and peddlers licenses.
Okay.
Um,
All right. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Fogarty to approve. Is there a second?
He's not here, is he? I would have liked to hear a
Is
little.
the applicant here? Does not appear so.
I'm just confused with the food truck, the Hawken facade grant that we gave that he's not in. Could we maybe ask him to show up at the next meeting to answer some of these questions?
Sure. Would you like to
Can we table this? And, yeah,
Sure.
I just want some clarification of what's going on as far as, you went from hawker, you went from entertainment stuff. We gave you a facade grant. And then that didn't work. We gave you a food truck license. Now a hawk. So I just kind of want to know what.
Sure. So let's keep this on the
Overall.
table. We'll put it on for the next meeting. Madam Clerk. All right, next item. The next regular.
I just
Meeting.
clarify one thing. So the hawkers and peddlers license used to be for the mobile food establishments, and then the state passed a special law for mobile mobile food establishments. So that's why you have two separate licenses. For one's for food and one's for everything else.
And,
He needed that, but. I-
Correct.
Councilman, question.
and his application was for candles and I missed the other stuff you mentioned.
He just listed wellness products such as candles.
Okay.
He did both processes, so he emailed me back.
Okay, so we'll revisit that in
Yeah.
the August meeting.
Just want to get a little more clarification what they're trying to do.
Next,
We have a mobile food establishment called Grub Guru, and the applicant is Saket Logia.
Motion to approve?
motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
There's a victualling license. The applicant is Kevin Matos, and the business is Matos Cafe and Mercado at 227 to 233 Warren Avenue.
Motion to approve?
Motion by both Councilwoman Souza and Councilman Lawson. Is there a second?
Second. Second. it.
Okay, so we'll have Councilwoman Souza second. Motion by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that. Next item.
Mobile food establishment. The applicant is James Appel, and it's Jerry's Food Concessions is the name of the food truck.
Motion to approve?
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have.
We have a food concession stand license for victualling. The applicant is Monica Silva. It's
Yes.
for the Dune Brothers at 700 Bullocks Point.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson for the Clam Shack is
Yeah, buddy.
in essence what this is.
Yeah, buddy.
At Crescent Park, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
And a Sundays and holidays license for the same applicant, the Dune Brothers, operating out of 700 Bullocks Point Avenue.
I would love to get Sunday's holiday need for a license. Absolutely. I motion that we approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I only mean that because if you open, this is an old blue law because we used to close on Sundays. So it's kind of silly that you still got to apply to be open on a Sunday. I know it's a state law. Doesn't mean it's any better.
We have 4 special event one
Before
day.
you, Madam Clerk, before you go to that, and I just want to state for the record that while I supported all of these and especially getting this Clam Shack going soon as possible, I overall have an issue, a little problem, but I guess state law supersedes, so there's no sense in belaboring this. But I'd like to see food trucks, mobile trucks like that attached to local businesses. For instance, as Councilman Rego talked about brick and mortar, flooding the city with food trucks that might come from New Bedford, Fall River, Pawtucket, Cranston, whatever, and people buying hot dogs, hamburgers, French fries from those units. You can only have so much of that. You're then not going to go to Stevie D's or any of the other places in the city. So there isn't too much we can do about that. But that's my preference, that, you know, we could do more to support the small businesses that are here. And if they want to send out a food truck, I think like Burrito Bowl has a business and a food truck, that's fine. You know, it's all local. The local have one? There are a few that have some, yeah. And this Dune Brothers now is not going to move around the city. They're going to establish at the Carousel, Crescent Park, and that's a good thing. So food for future consideration. Next item, please.
There's 4 one-day event licenses for the library.
Can I make a motion? We bundle the 4 library ones?
I'll second that motion to bundle
So,
the library.
Yes.
I'll make a motion. We bundle item 10, 11, 12, 13.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza to bundle the library. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Make a motion to approve all 4.
Second.
Motion now to approve all 4, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Was Mr. Lawson made the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Also, for future thought, I'd like to see us not have to get into the weeds and approve our own local library from having maybe a puppet show or things like that. Why does that have to come before formal city business? If our librarian and the board of directors decides that they're going to do anything other than an R-rated show, go ahead, have the puppet show, advertise. Sometimes they miss the council meeting deadline, and then they're told now, because we had stated that we're not going to do any of these retroactively. If you don't get here in time, you're not having your show. So we might want to revisit that. Where I know that I think
Is it a requirement? Or is it just
Yeah,
something?
right, Madam Clerk, it's a requirement that we recently kind of added. Yeah. And I think, again, not to belabor this, but I have to explain why I'm bringing it up. I think that there was a feeling that we want to get the word out to the public. Well, we can get the word out without doing it here at a formal meeting. There are all the various venues we have for advertising, whatever it is. I keep saying a puppet show. It's a number of different things.
And same thing with the carousel. Tracy's here for stuff that.
This is already a
it's
puppet
stuff
show,
that's
I've been
expected
told.
That we're doing.
Okay, anyway, next item. Next item, please.
Special event one-day entertainment license for July 15th, 2024 from 9 to 3. There's a live band at 500 Veterans Memorial Parkway. And then you also have an application for a special event Class F license for the same location, same date.
Motion to approve both. Well, we got to do one at a time. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza to approve. All in favor?
Can I be clear though? Should we bundle it first and approve, or are we approving one at a time?
One at a time.
Okay, so this to approve the
It's
first.
the
one,
first
which
event.
is item 14.
14.
Yep.
And that is the date of July 15th, 9 to 3 p.m. Were there any opposed? I think all were in
Nope.
favor.
Aye.
Guys have it.
You didn't call for the roll.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, 5-0 passes.
I make a motion to approve item 15.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Guys have it.
There's a road race planned for November 2nd from 5 a.m. to noon at Pierce Stadium.
Motion to approve.
Siobhan.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza to approve,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
I make a motion to bundle the next 2 on behalf of our friends on the terrace.
You may.
NTRA is Narragansett Terrace Realtor Association, if people are wondering. And this is yearly, right, Bob? They have
Yes.
this- Yeah. So I make a motion that we bundle items 17 and 18, please.
Motion to bundle 17 and 18 by Councilman Lawson. Is there a second?
How about without objection, because you're having two votes anyway, right? You're voting twice. Motion to bundle and motion to approve. So
Yes. Is there any
You got two
objection?
votes. You're not-
Motion to bundle.
And approve. Is there, without objection?
No objection.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Now I make a motion to approve both of them.
Motion to now approve both of these items, the terrace block party by Councilman Lawson. Second, Councilman Rego. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
So these next two, unless Tracy wants to come give a brief overview. Yeah. Yep. So I would like to make a motion that we bundle 19, 20, and 21, please.
Motion to bundle 19, 20, and 21 is one-day entertainment. Is there a second?
Without objection, right?
Without objection.
Without objection.
We're gonna bundle.
All right.
So you're good.
We're good. We did without objection. Do we need to explain this? or-
Well, Tracy, would you like to tell us what Summerfest is and when it's happening?
And I'm short. Thank you. Summerfest is happening next week, actually, the 17th through the 21st. Starting on Wednesday, we're going to have a carnival and concert pretty much daily. And then on Saturday, we have the carnival, two concerts, the car show. And on Sunday, the carnival will be pulling out, but we have a vendor fair and concerts all day by the School of Rock. All of the events are listed on our website as well as a full calendar.
And the car show will be at Oldham?
No, for Summerfest, we're just moving the car show across the
Okay.
street. So you'll have the car show up top and the concert in the bowl.
Awesome. The cruise night on August 10th, which what's that for?
So on August 10th, you have the Loop Arts Festival. They booked Saturday with rain date on Sunday. We always have to cancel the car show.
Right.
So this year, we thought we would try something new as long as everybody was on board. We will move the car show down to Oldham, which would allow all of the additional parking
Awesome.
to happen behind the carousel. We'll supply them with porta-john and a small generator, and they'll do their thing and then pull out from down there.
Awesome. And the Witches Guild and Festival?
So this is brand new to East Providence. Do you ladies want to come up? Don't make me suffer by myself.
So this event may be new, but they've been with us before.
Correct. The New England Witches Guild pops up all over Rhode Island and surrounding areas, bringing joy to people. They are, although they have not filed for their paperwork, they truly are a nonprofit organization. And we're teaming up this year to bring the parade that normally happens in Wakefield to East Providence.
Awesome.
And the parade will kick off in the square in Riverside. They will march up to the carousel where we will have a party in the park. We'll have live entertainment. We will have some vendors fit for the season. And it will run from 11 to 4 along with carousel rides. My hope and goal is if we can make them feel welcome enough, they will want to make this an annual tradition. Maybe it's something we can combine with something.
And maybe if there's some songs, I could talk to the band that they could play a live song for you guys to perform to. If somebody want?
I believe there's already a special request. You can check in with.
Oh, okay. Nice. Awesome. Before I make a motion to approve, I just want to take a moment to thank you, Tracy. Your energy and passion for running the carousel, coordinating events, working with people that coordinate its events. The public needs to know the hard work you put in. And, I see it firsthand, and I just want to publicly thank you and acknowledge that your hard work does not go unnoticed. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve these 3 licenses.
Second.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilwoman Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. I would like to ask the visiting witches if you'd like to say anything. Or I did see the parade in Wakefield. Now, that was quite an event, so we have big shoes to fill in Riverside.
Right, actually, it was Wickford.
Wickford,
where
I'm
we-
sorry,
Where we used
not
to have our
Wakefield.
parade. And our last big parade, I think we brought into the town of Wickford 3,500 visitors.
Right.
So I think East Providence could really benefit from that.
I think in Wickford, if I recall, seeing him there, the mayor of East Providence was there. Is he going to be the head witch marching with you this year? Or-
So-
Warlock, oh, that's it. So make sure you invite him. That's right.
Absolutely. Everyone's welcome.
Thank you for your efforts to come to East Providence.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's where Hocus Pocus.
Thank you, Tracy. I want to also echo what Councilman Lawson said. We appreciate your efforts of the carousel in Crescent Park and all of the events. Thank you. Next item, please.
We have a Sunday and holiday license for Super Nails and Spa at 550 and 552 Warren Avenue.
Do need a pedicure. I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have. Next item.
We have, this gentleman applied originally for a block party, but then he edited it. So it's a entertainment license for the Bounce House for an event on July 17th, 2024 from 4 to 8 here at City Hall.
What's the event?
It's a family fun night that there is a food truck event license is number 24. The next,
Another family fun night by the same people?
yes.
So is this going to be a recurring thing?
They, I have heard they do have a third one planned for August. They have not put in the application for that. But they did put in the application for
Okay.
July 17th, which is next week.
And to Councilman Roderick's point, are any of these food trucks local?
Um,
I'm not seeing any there.
don't think so. I think there might, maybe there's somebody here. Maybe not.
The applicant present? So their application is to use City Hall property?
They, it's for a food truck event at this location.
What day of the week is that?
The 17th, I think it's a Thursday.
And do you permit City Hall like you do public
Wednesday.
parks? Is there a process to permit using City Hall for events?
We don't, the clerk's office doesn't authorize the use of the property, but the Board of Licensing grants an event license for this event, and they are listing this address as their location for their event.
So maybe I could ask the solicitor, how does that work? The City Hall is open, it's a business day, it's a Wednesday. We're gonna set up a bounce house and other things where, in the parking lot or, you know?
It's 4 o'clock. It begins at 4, so.
Yeah, we are not given any details about the event. This is just an application to you to be able to have these food trucks on the property listed 145 Taunton Avenue and a bounce house on this property.
I would kind of want to hear from them, their setup, where you putting a bounce house and food trucks and like the food trucks, they usually line them here, but where are you going to put a bounce house?
Can I ask the chief of staff, are you aware of any logistics here? Have they gone through you? No, you're not. You don't know anything about. Okay, that's good. So this is just an independent request to have this event on City Hall property.
I'll make
I
a
don't
motion to
know.
deny
a
for
little
lack
different.
of info.
Second.
Yeah, and there's no applicant here. So motion to deny by Councilman Lawson.
Yeah, because bouncy house, you got safety and it's all cement out there. And so, yeah, seeing how they're not here to answer these questions,
We have public parks that could apply for permits. We do have the motion and a second, Councilwoman Souza, to deny. All in favor?
Aye.
of the denial? Aye. Any opposed? So it's denied 5-0. Next item.
Under communications, we have Frank McMahon listed, but he expressed earlier that he was leaving.
Yes, he said he'll send some correspondence to us.
So under public comment, we have Florence Mills signed up to speak on parking on Beacon and Beach Road.
Okay, present.
What happened to 24? I mean, we denied the bounce house, but did we deny 24?
Yes.
Yeah, both.
Denied everything at one. I didn't.
And we are going to discuss parking Beach Road and Bullocks Point later too. Yep. But you're more
but
than
you
welcome
can-
to come up and talk. Yep. I just want you to know that we're going to be discussing it too.
Yes. Just the name and address for the record.
My name is Florence Mills. I live on 23 Harding Avenue, right near the carousel. The reason why I wanted to address everyone is because we, the residents on Harding Avenue, are having issues with parking over there. We have a very narrow road that we live on, and the park is right next door to our street. We have concerns over all of the parking because there's no space for safety. If there's any problems on our street, both ends, on Beacon and on Beach, people are parking on both sides of the road, and it makes it very difficult for anybody to get through. This came up when we heard about the beach coming in a couple of years, and we feel like Beach Road should be a resident only because there are people on that street alone that don't have spot parking spaces. So we'd like it to be a resident only, because if there's any emergencies on the beach when it does come, the vehicles need a place to go, and that's the only route that's the safest. So we'd like parking, we'd like the resident parking on the park side, and this way, the rest of it is open to emergency vehicles. We've been having a lot of issues. I've taken a lot of pictures of people parking right in front of the fire hydrant, up and down the streets on both sides, and people who go to the beach park facing the beach in rows. So everybody's got to find somebody to back out of the way. We would prefer that they not park down there at all because it's such a problem. And, you know, we're the local, the more, it's a focus for us because we're the street that's going to benefit from not having all those cars on our street all the time. Even on concert nights, it's just absolutely ridiculous trying to go up and down that street. We live there and we can't do it. So,
Agree 1,000%. And there is a request that Beach Road become no parking both sides. And we're going to discuss Bullocks Point parking on both sides from the carousel to the water side. So I'm trying to think of Beach Road though, who would need resident parking? The last house on the right? Because you got the apartment across from Ray's Market that has off-street parking. Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you want to continue this, you'd have to speak into
All
the
right.
record.
I got it on an item coming up. We'll discuss it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for speaking. Is there anyone else?
Yep, there's Georgiana, topic unknown.
Person present? Okay, evidently not. Is there someone else?
No, that's it.
That's it? Okay. Next item.
Update on RFQ for on-call financial advisor. Discuss Councilwoman Souza.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just wanted to see, I know we went out for re-advertisement, and if there was any updates that have been provided regarding that position.
That RFQ was re-advertised. It closes on the 16th. And so you'll have the bid tabulations on the 17th. There has been applicants generated at this point. So,
Thank you. So I would just make a note for the next August meeting, if we can have an item to discuss, well, in executive session, to discuss and potentially hire a financial advisor.
Thank you. Next item.
clarification on multipurpose field behind Riverside Middle School. Discuss Councilman Lawson.
So I just want to make a statement. This is unacceptable. We paid $1 million for this field and for the parking lot. And last meeting, I brought it up, and I believe the comment was, yeah, we know it's messed up. We'll address it next year. I emailed the administration, and the response I got, I've tried to explain this several times. The field is not yet complete. The contractor flagged the field in low areas. They were filling spots last week, and in recent days, hydroseeded some additional areas that required filling. And once it is complete, I'd be happy to let Councilman Lawson know. I've been going by every day for a couple of weeks. Nobody's working on this field. So I just hope the administration can tell us what the hell is the plan, because this is unacceptable. This should be completed. It should be a priority. It's been, what, over 3 years to build a simple grass field? This is an embarrassment for the city. I hear it from residents, and I hope the administration gets serious and takes care of this field. That's what I got on that.
Chief, could you give us a better update for the next meeting, or email us unless you have something to add tonight? Okay, let us know. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Next item.
Councilman Lawson's statement on Crescent Park project. Discuss, Councilman Lawson.
All right, so tomorrow there's going to be a meeting at Crescent Park to discuss. And I just wanted to say some thoughts in public so everybody knows where I'm coming from. This is the proposed location. So that's Bullocks Point Ave. And across the street is the carousel to the left, across the street to the left. So this is up further along Bullocks Point Ave, and it's right along the line. I thought it was going to be more this way. I'm not nitpicking, because if it ends up on the water side, I'm fine with that. But can you do the next slide? We had the conversation, and we said, if you need bathrooms on the water side, look at putting the building there. I don't recall, why are we cutting into the restaurant and storage for a lifeguard office and beach changing stations? I can't support this. We said we need a building for office space and storage and bathrooms and a bigger concession. How this got hijacked into a lifeguard office and beach changing rooms, I don't know. The last conversation we had was, sure, let's see if it can be on the water side. And that was the extent of our involvement. So one way or the other, I'm voting to move this forward. Hopefully tomorrow, the mayor's there with open ears. He's listening to people. This is unacceptable, though. This was hijacked. I don't know how this got thrown into this project. This project is for the concession, office and storage, and some bathrooms. So I'll be making that point again tomorrow, but I wanted it to be on public, on record. I wanted you guys to know. This was shared with the Carousel Commission before us. I'm just not sure how we got, because why are we putting money into a beach that disappears at high tide? I don't get the need for lifeguards, and I've been forwarding correspondence I get from people against it. So tomorrow, this will be presented. I hope they also show the carousel side plan so people can see both options and we can make an informed decision. Let me be clear, though, one way or the other, we're going to move forward on this. And I'm voting to move forward on the building. I just hope that we could correct a couple of things like this and come to a consensus on the location. Does it make sense on the water or carousel side? Both have pluses and minuses. Water side, you get a beautiful water view. Carousel side, you don't have to dig into the open space. So there's both sides. So I'm not against the water side, but this isn't what we signed on for. That's my statement.
And there is this public workshop tomorrow as we meet here tonight. It's Tuesday. The meeting is tomorrow, Wednesday.
6 o'clock at Crescent Park.
6 o'clock, right at the site at Crescent Park. There will be no voting tomorrow. This is just a community meeting.
Yeah, we had a meeting and they said, is this a done deal? If not, can we have a meeting? And the mayor said, yep, let's set up a meeting. So the people are assuming it's not a done deal and they're going to come and hopefully, we'll have a good conversation, do what's best for the city. One way or the other, this got to get built. And I'm fighting hard to get this built. I don't get why that middle part were taken away from the restaurant.
I'm not sure about the lifeguard station. I mean, for me, we need to have some common sense here. What we all wanted was, lack of a better term, a clam shack, which more than a clam shack, it's a concession stand and bathrooms. In 2024 and after COVID and the pandemic, dirty porta johns don't make it anymore. They're bacteria bound. When we have to use them, we have to. But if we could get decent bath, the key is that water has cleaned up. Whether we call it a beach or not, let's face it, it's never going to be Scarborough or Sand Hill Cove or Newport Beach. But it finally, and I will credit the administration, it finally, after decades of being ignored, it's been cleaned up. We have a seawall. We have the projects that Tracy Johnson is working on. We have the carousel being repaired after it was shut down for a long period of time. When we had concerts there last summer, some people who had not been there in 20 or 30 years were amazed at how nice the facility looks. So I'm not sure. I think we need a lifeguard sitting in a chair at Crescent Park, but we certainly want the water clean enough for residents to feel they can swim. We're being told by the DEM and CRMC that it is clean enough pretty much to do that. So we've got to just do some common sense and have a compromise here. We have Dune Brothers coming in, which is hopefully, and I see Tracy at the podium. I'll let you address some of this briefly, but what is the status of the Dune Brothers? Last time, Councilman Lawson and I, no, that's not, let me finish. Especially you, Councilman Rigo. No, I'm just kidding you. They were supposed to be in there pretty soon and clean up the place and get it emptied out and ready when Councilman Lawson and I visited it last week, I think. Have they been there yet? They have, okay.
Yes, they've come in, they've taken their measurements. As I hope everyone is aware, the building is not without issues, so it is going to take them a little bit of time to clean it up, come up with a floor plan, and submit it to Board of Health, fires, and all of the safety inspections. They did give a tentative date for opening, but I am totally against jinxing things. So when they're ready to announce that they will, I do think it will be soon. But you're going to want to visit food trucks next week when you come down for the festival because they will not be open for them. But they have been down. They've been on site. We've been tweaking some things that we would be responsible for safety-wise. And we're just trying to work together to get it moving.
And to allay anyone's fears, I know some of the emails I've received said, why is the city paying a private company to run a business? I want to be clear, we're not paying Dune Brothers anything. They're paying us, right? They're leasing the property. We're going to get a percentage of the sales that they have. Personally, I'm not looking to make money on this project. I want to provide a refreshment stand, concession stand for the public. If Dune Brothers or Sally and Harry's gets the concession and they can make money, because it's hard to make money in a seasonal concession. If they're making money, they're paying us a lease, I'm happy with that. We don't need to have a budget maker.
Council
Yeah.
President,
Yes, sir.
I'll show you the bills for restoring the carousel.
I-
So the lease money helps.
Oh, yeah, we want the lease money, but I'm just saying
I agree. We don't need to overcharge, but
it's not costing us money.
no.
I'm getting emails saying, why is the city taking budget accounts and putting it into that? We're not.
The lease is a public record. We can make that public to anybody.
Yes, and we voted on as a public record. Anyone who wants to see the lease for the,
I just tell them we're not.
They're honestly paying a monthly base rate. And any month that they hit the quota that the city had determined,
4%?
they give us a percentage plus the 1,000
Right.
for the monthly rent.
Mhm.
And correct, we understand the building's limitations. We're not looking to charge everybody an arm and a leg, but that money does go directly to restoration. And when I tell you We need every absolute penny we can get our hands on right now. So although I was a little hesitant because the building does need some work and I feel bad about that, we definitely need the funding coming into the carousel. So
Now, a lot of this building, whichever form it eventually takes and wherever it eventually goes, isn't it grant funded, state funded, federal? Isn't that part of the governor's
No,
money? Now, I know
No,
that they're
no,
going
no.
to say we have to have a beach to get.
no. This is opera and capital.
Right, but it's not coming out of a budget account.
correct.
It's capital funds that are put aside for this. It's not,
And opera.
not raising taxes.
No, we already allocated about 500,000 and we did $1 million of opera. So we got 1.5,
1.6.
1.6.
And what was the 300,000 or something from
I
the
have
governor?
no idea. That was the governor and the mayor.
So
But that's in the equation.
Not for this building.
it's not in that $1.6 million. The reason
Did we receive that money from the governor yet?
$300,000 goes towards the beach and beach amenities.
Right.
Unfortunately, I'm not very versed on that stuff, so I will leave that for,
Somehow the bathroom was included. It might be a portion of this. I don't know. We'll have to find all
I-
that out, but
right. So that beach funding, I'm sorry, I'm really not versed on it. I
Oh.
haven't read the grant. I popped up for two reasons. Only because when you say the commission received the documents before the council, I apologize, but I don't see it that way. You're the council liaison to the board. So when I send it to everybody.
I wasn't implying you didn't send.
Well, I would just like to make sure that they're aware. I did not intend, my thought process is you're the liaison, so I give it to you, you share it
Okay.
with them. And really briefly, the lifeguard room, the name's on this because again, this really was just, okay, let's cover all of our bases. So they threw names to mark spaces. But those two bathrooms are considered your public bathrooms. So your festival bathrooms, your restaurant bathrooms, your daily bathrooms. Those are the two bathrooms right in the middle of the building. That little room that says lifeguard office, to be perfectly honest, this is how it came about. To have a public beach, you are required to have a lifeguard. Well,
And-
lifeguards could go in the main office, beachy, sandy, keep their equipment there, that's fine. Or you could give them a little room. It looks much bigger than it is on that paper, but you could give them a little room that they could store their equipment, change their clothes. The idea behind putting it on this drawing is looking to the future. If you're looking to the future, 2026, having it be a public swimmable beach, you're required to have a lifeguard. Again, we can, if the beach comes to fruition, when the beach comes to fruition, we could totally let them change in the office if that's a sticking point. But we felt if you're building a building, make sure it covers all of your bases.
So how many in the middle bathrooms are those? One, two, how many toilets?
So I believe the women's room had, I think, 3 or 4 toilets. The men's room has toilets and urinals.
Okay.
And then we did a second set of bathrooms. That's what you see to the right. Because if you have a wedding coming in paying thousands of dollars for a tent rental, they may not want to have to go into sandy, watery, beachy bathrooms. And I say that regardless if the beach is a public beach. If you go to the bathroom at the carousel right now, you have sand and stuff all over the floor. Your
Right.
brides and grooms are not going to want to walk through that. So they ended up doing 2 separate bathrooms. And again, these are like little placeholders. The building size didn't change. The restaurant space didn't change. We just kind of reconfigured because the last drawing you saw, when I tell you that was really just Tracy and a ruler saying we have this much space and we have this much space. That was the first set of drawings you saw a couple years ago.
Right.
This is done by an architect who says, you know, you're wasting space, lay it out like this.
But my concern is the change in area, stuff like that. The lifeguard office, you're taking away from storage and
Again,
restaurant.
they're really not changing rooms, they're bathrooms.
Right. But if I'm looking at the toilets, And again, we don't, tomorrow we'll discuss it with the public and stuff.
Yeah,
I just
so why
wanted,
don't we continue?
I
'Cause
just wanted it on
tomorrow-
public, my concerns. And,
Yep.
yeah, so tomorrow at the meeting, this will be all fleshed out and hopefully we all come to a consensus. But it's getting done, one way or the other.
For clarification, tomorrow, where exactly is the meeting? I mean, if there's inclement weather,
Can you go back to the other slide? I've always wanted to say that. Okay, right in between the two sites. So if you pull into the Crescent Park parking lot right there and walk onto the grassy fields. Correct. And that's the parking lot that's already there. We're going to meet right in between both locations. And I'm hoping that we'll even be able to flag out where the building's going to go, just to rest people's minds at ease that we're not leveling the park with trees.
And will they be showing the outline of the carousel side so people get an idea of the two sites?
Yes,
Okay.
we're going to have drawings of the carousel side showing the newly installed parking that.
No, I mean, if a building was on the carousel side,
No, that I don't have, but I might be able to put that together for tomorrow.
you may want to, because people have been out, they want to see both options, because they're of the mind that this isn't a done deal, that they're going to have input, so.
And I understand, but
Yeah.
we stopped the last project.
Right, but we should at least have the outline of where things would have went.
I'm not real good at it, but I can totally throw you a rec.
Well, shouldn't the architect have some of those drawings?
We stopped them before we got to that point.
Did they delete the whole thing? I'm sure they have something.
When the change came about, I was
Yeah.
in the planning meeting. That's where you start to like mark things out.
Yeah.
No, they do not have anything like that. However, Google Earth does have the tent from last year's wine tasting. So I could try to work on getting something put up on that.
So all the months they were working, they have no documents to show like where the outline of where the building would have been in the tent.
I'm just confused on you, all the months, what was working?
When we first signed the contract to build it on the carousel side, they did all that work, laying out the site plan, all that stuff.
But what we did was things like test pitting.
Yep. So there's an idea of where it would have gone.
Like I said, we
Yeah.
could totally show
Okay.
you where it would be, but it's not going to look anything like that.
No, that's fine.
okay, so can we continue this at tomorrow's meeting? Because it's not really set up as a public session tonight.
Yeah,
And,
we'll discuss it tomorrow.
right, and yes, did you want to add some?
Sorry? Yes, it's Tracy's. Council President, just to answer your question, you
Yes.
asked if there's a rain delay. So if there's any issue with rain, it has been made clear that the meeting will be moved across the street to the carousel. I just wanted to make that public, but we've let all the neighbors know that in advance.
Great, that way people know it's raining. Okay, thank you. Councilman, you have another item next.
What's this one?
Excuse me, I have one thing on this before we move on.
Quickly.
Just raised what you were talking about earlier, Mr. President. This council obviously is totally transparent. I would like to have the city clerk put it on our council website, the contract. So if people are questioning any contracts that we passed, that we should have it on the website, because everything we did was in public. So I think that's the best.
Like the Dune
Could you
Brothers.
put the Dunes
probably
Brothers
could-
contract
that
on
on.
our website,
I don't see why not. Yeah.
city or our own website? Social media, all right, but if it isn't going on the city website, then let's put it somewhere so people can find
Yeah,
it.
there's a Crescent Park.
No, that's true. Well, we just need to get it somehow. If you got a request through, if you got to request the administration to put it on, I want it on. Please ask them. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. Councilman, I believe you want to speak on
The next
Oldham?
one, just want to make a statement on the Oldham building. So I know there's been a ton of back and forth, so I want to clearly state my position. When we took the building in March of 23, it was said we're going to make it a community center / business incubator. I reached out to the mayor. He said Melissa Spurs, the project manager, talked to her. She showed me the idea, totally bought in. In the front, you'd have all kind of workforce development, all kinds of use for the community. In the middle, you got the basketball court, you got the big lobby with the small stage, and in the back, perfect area for the business incubator. I 1,000% support that. I have pushed to put money towards roof doors and windows. I'm waiting to hear back if that money is going to be used for the roof. Melissa seemed to think that the RFP was there, and we were, and then I'm hearing different. So I just want to be very clear. The goal of the building should be community center / business incubator. We got the assessment going on now. I've been contacted by I think I'm meeting them tomorrow or something. The people doing the survey, you guys will most likely, they'll reach out to you as well, set up a time to discuss. They're going to be doing community involvement. They're going to be, seeing, do we need another food incubator? See, now we got Hope in Maine, or does it make sense to look at, say, the trades or other type, the blue economy, stuff like that. So that's the assessment they're doing. They're going to look into what the community would like to see in the building as well. I just overwhelmingly, I look at that property and it's built like the Wolf School in Rumford. It's, I think, probably the same design. In the front, workforce development, art studios, so much community use that I'm going to fight hard. And, I get a little shook up when I hear the mayor switching things up, say, oh, no, we're just going to save the gym now and stuff. So that's why if it looks like I get vocal about these things, it's kind of reactionary. So I am 1,000% focused on working with Melissa and the administration on making this come through. So we got the $1 million in opera, and hopefully the city is going to utilize it for the building and not wait. And that's just my statement of support for that building. Overwhelmingly, I have people reaching out saying, yes, we got to save that building. There's so many good uses. So hopefully as this process goes, we'll get the community involved. We'll come up with some great ideas. The grounds could be used for community gardens so much. So that's my spiel. I'm still working what we can to keep it on track.
I appreciate it. And I think my conversations with you, with the mayor, and with Ms. Spur are that we're kind of all on the same page now. There was a rocky road to get there. That's government. We work it out. As I had said earlier, there's room for both. There's room for keeping that Oldham building, having the incubator space, which was the original plan, utilizing that gym as maybe a little satellite rec for people in Riverside, and we're still going to do the community center elsewhere. So we can get it all done. You have another item, is it?
The last one, I'll formally send a thing and discuss. I think Dan already said that. So Beach Road, so for people that know, as you're going down to Riverside, Crescent Park's in front of you, take a right, that's Beach Road, and you continue on, that's Bullock's Point. Beach Road, we discussed, it should be no parking on both sides. It's a narrow road coming in, and it ends at the beach. It's not like there's a parking lot at the end. So I 1,000% agree that for safety and stuff, there should be no parking Beach Road. But I also would like, if anybody goes to these events at Crescent Park, if you're parking on the top of the hill along by the carousel and stuff, it's a safety hazard. People crossing the street, and even though there's crosswalks, the line of sight is bad. So if we could get no parking from Beach Road to the end of the park, I'd like to see if we could look into that. I think Dan said it may already be zoned that way, so it may be a matter of just setting up signage and stuff. But I agree 1,000%. That whole area, Harding Ave, whatever, you guys are like packed in. And so at a minimum, Beach Road, do you know Mr. LaFlame? One of your neighbors, he wants to have a meeting on Harding Ave. Yeah, so you're not the only one that's reached out about issues over there. So this is just, I'm going to be requesting that there's no parking Beach Road and along Bullock's Point. And if it's already done, I'd like to see if by Summerfest, we could see if we can get a little bit of signage or something. So, and that's it. And the only reason I put it up there, I'm still waiting to see how the new process of interacting.
Do you have an update? I don't want to open a discussion on it, but quickly, do you have an update on, I don't know what it is now. I call it the former Ray's Market. It's not much happening there, and there's
So it's
slightly.
From what I heard, it's still owned by the family. I heard there was a plan to do something. The two brothers who owned it kind of disagreed. One still owns it. Again, this is, I don't know firsthand. At this point, I haven't heard a specific plan. And I think last I heard, they were waiting for either the tax assessments or the tax, something like that. So-
Okay.
But if I can find out, I'll get you that.
Sure. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance and amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended entitled Vehicles and Traffic. Summary, Section 18-269B, stop sign, Fairview Avenue at Bloomfield Street and Bloomfield Street at Fairview Avenue. Sponsor, Councilman Fogarty.
Councilman, please.
Yes, please, move passage. Thank you.
This is a public hearing or ordinance for final passage. Is there anyone here who would like to speak for or against this?
I second the motion.
Just before we close the public hearing, is there anyone else hearing none? This is for the Fairview Avenue at Bloomfield Street and Bloomfield Street at Fairview Avenue, the stop sign. I'll close the public hearing at this time. Motion by Council Vice President Rego, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. First passage, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Final passage.
Final passage, I'm sorry. Yes, this is final passage. None opposed, item passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman, for getting this brought forward. Next item, please.
Standing item, discuss the impact of Washington Bridge closure on the City of East Providence. City Council.
So what else could happen? We know that there are no bids. We know there was a press conference today and they described the process of rebidding. So the fact remains, this is going to be a while. Not much we can do about it. We continue to monitor the local situation. Our police department and all the first responders have really done a great job in getting us trafficked through and people to the hospitals, and things have improved. But does anyone have anything to add?
I think the governor mentioned that there was 2.6 for local businesses. I think we're getting 1 million. I thought he said Providence 800,000 and RI Commerce is getting a piece of it.
600.
I believe it's in the form of grants. I'm not sure how that is going to be handled yet, but we'll let the local business community know how that's going to play. And hopefully it's fair, open to every business and just not the loudest voice at the table. We get a lot of people that could use some help from what happened.
We definitely need more help, again, for the local businesses. And to your point, Mr. President, I agree that the fall lanes are working better, and I'd like to thank the governor for doing that, along with, I think the added state police patrols along both sides of 195 helps with people controlling their speed, which reduces the potential for accidents.
It's definitely improved, but it's something we'll be living with for a while. So nothing else really new to report there. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Update on Fire Academy and collective bargaining for the fourth rescue as agreed upon with the mayor on December 5th, 2023, and placed on the docket June 25th, 2024. Receive, update, and discuss. Council Vice President Rego.
Vice President, yes, sir.
What the clerk just said is pretty much everything. Where's the update on the Fire Academy, and where's the update on the collective bargaining agreement being opened up again? That was what was stated on the 5th of December, 2023 by the mayor. And just looking for an update, as today we look at the calendar, it says 9 July 2024. So we'd really like to have an update, because the people of the city, obviously it affects Ward 1 a lot, but the people of the city are asking.
And I know that you had this on the agenda tonight, so I did quickly speak to the mayor today. I didn't have time to come in and speak with him, a quick phone call, and he said that he definitely no matter what happens, has to take part with, as you said, in opening up negotiations, and that has not happened yet. So I don't know. I think that'll be starting up. We've got budget process. So as we sit here today, there's no, it does have to be contractually negotiated with the union. And so he said that is the plan. When they do that, I don't know. I don't know, Mr. Solicitor, that isn't something you just set up quickly? Is that a,
Both sides have to agree to open the contract for that issue.
Which,
do you know where we stand? Has there
They
been a
won't.
request to the association to
We have not
open?
made a request to the association, nor have the association made a request to us. They have made a request on another issue, but not on the rescue.
Could you just forward, and also the chief of staff, just let the mayor know that the councilman would like to see when we could possibly open, or request anyway, opening up those. And we don't have to wait for the next meeting if you want to
Mr.
email.
President, through you and to the clerk, put this on the August 7th meeting again. The
Sure.
Same item. It will stay here until we get an answer, every council meeting. So for the August 7th meeting, please put that on.
We will revisit it. Thank you. Next item.
Family Fun Night, East Providence City Hall, discussed, Council Vice President Rigo and Councilwoman Sousa.
Yes, whoever would like to start there. Councilwoman, I'll go to you first.
Thank you. So I think we've asked questions of the last meeting of the solicitor and of the administration. So have we gotten any follow-up? on
I,
those
I spoke after the last meeting. I spoke with the licensing clerk who indicated, so particularly with regard to the sale of liquor, the applicant was under the mistaken impression because he had a Class P caterer's license that he was able to sell liquor at that event. He was not. We have since indicated that we did the research that a Class P license does not allow you to serve liquor at that event. So he's under that impression. He was mistakenly under that impression, and he now knows that I say he, the company, knows that cannot happen. So that is number one. Number two, I think there was a little bit of confusion in that he was told, according to Ms. Mello, to apply for would it be an entertainment, not an entertainment, he applied for an entertainment license for the Bounce House, but he also needed a special event license. He was told that by Ms. Mello. Apparently, he did not fill out a special event license. And then Ms. Mello went on vacation, and it just kind of fell through the cracks, to be honest with you. So that's what happened as far as I can tell.
Right. So in that liquor truck that came, they never even received a permit from the city as a vendor to be at the event.
He was a Class P license, as a catering license. You don't really get license from he was under impression, and is correct, if you're a true caterer, you don't get relicensed by the local municipality. So that's why he never applied, because he didn't think he needed one, and we wouldn't be able to grant that anyway. So that's where the confusion came from.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for helping to clarify that. Next item, it looks like there may be 4 items. Oh, there's more. Oh, of course there are. There they are. Okay, so if, Madam Clerk, if you want to just read the title and then let the Council Vice President go 1 through letters A through O.
Update and status of project and predicted timeline, Council Vice President Rigo, A. Potter and Burgess parking lot.
You don't have to read them all. He can do it one at a time.
Well,
So the first one is A. Go ahead.
it's going to be the same question for all of them.
Right, same question. You're looking for an update on all these items.
Where they are, because the 31st of December of this year is approaching fast. Where is the project? How much money has been spent? How much we've allocated money? So where are we, and what's the time frame?
So let me ask it this way, because it's the same question you have, all of these. would ask the chief of staff, had you received this in enough time to give us some info tonight? Or, I know there's a lot here.
Well,
We're
yeah,
trying
we
to.
did. This was continued from the last
Continuation,
meeting.
right.
So these were all on the same meeting, but the meeting
Okay.
was running late. And so there's more than ample enough time. I mean, plus we voted on these projects a year ago.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. As you may recall, while I stood before this body during the last council meeting, prepared to answer some of these questions, there was an incident where I felt belittled, embarrassed, insulted. And after the last meeting we had, received multiple that evening, as well as the next day, text messages, phone calls, and emails saying that they felt terrible for what I endured and that I should have walked away.
Not on
And
this
again,
matter.
Hang on.
if I could just finish.
Oh, no, thanks.
So based on that behavior, the belittlement, the embarrassed, that not only another woman who's come before this body in the past had to endure, and then I had to endure, being called a liar outright. There was some communication from the administration to the council. All of you received that, and to the solicitor and to the clerk as well. So when information is placed on the docket, I am happy to take that information or any information that the council has. I'm happy if that comes in the correspondence based on the letter that was sent from the administration to, from the mayor to the council president and members of the council on procedure and how things would go forward. As this council knows, and if any of the members at home or residents would like to review, since taking on this position as acting chief of staff as well as existing chief of staff, I have come before this body absolutely prepared with information in advance, even if it was on just for discussion. I always felt like I needed to be prepared and provide as much information to this body as well as the people at home. And that's what I did until, until everything happened last week. So I think the history of how I've handled myself in these meetings can be relayed by watching any of these meetings that we've had in the past. So to go back to this list, Council Vice President, I'm happy to get an update on all of this. We were out for the holiday on Thursday. I took a personal day of my own, a vacation day on Friday. And as you know, I wasn't feeling well. And then Monday and Tuesday, I have been in back-to-back meetings with budget and other issues. So I have not been able to provide that. I'm happy to contact. And we also had multiple members of our staff in terms of department directors and division heads who were on vacation. As you know, it's a holiday week and a lot of people take vacation. But I'm happy to get all of this information as I have come before this body with all of these updates in the past and provide that to you in an email.
So let me just interject and add that, and that was, as I think I've mentioned before, in my 6 years on the council, first meeting that I missed, due to a family illness, I couldn't be at that meeting, so I wasn't here. I did watch it though after. And so I understand what happened, and we got the mayor's letter in which he was supporting his staff and not happy with that treatment. But I also talked individually to all of my council colleagues. And so again, without getting into the weeds, I think both sides have agreed. The mayor said, no, I've got to just not, first of all, I got to not come to meetings and, watch all of this because blood pressure can go up. And we've all said the same thing. We want updates, and they all agreed that treatment, again, we're not going to get into the weeds. It wasn't right, wasn't fair. I think that
Isn't professional.
yeah, and I think the feeling was that maybe they weren't getting the right story, but they didn't feel like you personally were lying, even though maybe that word was used. So my thing is, I want to quote you, Council Vice President Rigo, let's play nice in the sandbox. Let's be adults. I originally was going to plan a private executive session and have yourself, the mayor, and all of us Sit in a room and let's hash it out and no holds barred. You know, we all give our sides. Thankfully, my city solicitor said, you can't do that. So we're not going to do that. So I'm hoping that we move forward from here. We do have these issues that have been around for a while. So let's chisel away at them. I'm also asking the council to, once we get through this backlog, to try to come in with 3 or 4 items tops at a meeting. I mean, I'm not going to censor anybody, but 10, 11, 12 items, if we all did that, you know, we'd be here. We wouldn't get anything really done. So I think there have been some lessons learned on both sides. I think we're prepared to move forward professionally, and I can't control that. If we're not, we're not.
Yes, Council President, thank you.
We'll
And
try.
yes, Council.
So if you can add anything tonight to a couple of these things, if not, let's get back to Councilman, you know, and you don't have to wait for the next meeting. If you want to send me a written report, I'll send it to each of the council members.
I'd like to be able to check back. I mean, I have been reporting out on pretty much all of these projects over the last several months through Councilman Lawson's discussion items
Right.
on the docket over the last several months. But I really rather talk with our DPW director, our engineering folks, some of our project managers to get the most recent update. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of our department heads and division folks and staff has been on vacation, and I really want to be able to give you the most thorough update as possible. And I'm happy to do that. Just again, today and yesterday have been budget meetings. As you know, we're preparing the budget, and I sit in on all of those meetings. But Council Vice President, I'll be happy to try to get all that information to you and report it out to you in an email.
And I would just add this, that you were, we may solve some of Councilman's concerns. We all have the concerns. For instance, I think at the last meeting, and we might even address it in some charter language, but we basically said that all of us will go directly to Chief of Staff Resendi with questions or concerns from constituents. We're not going to be individually calling city workers, department heads. We also agreed, again, common sense. If a eruption in the street happens and there's water causing accidents and there's chaos and we can't reach Director Resendi, we're going to call DPW directly. That's not going to happen often. But for the most part, this body has agreed to have a funnel, go through Chief of Staff and not be willy-nilly calling city workers and department heads. We all know that if we run into Dan Borges in the Dunkin' Donuts, we can talk to him and we can say, hey, Dan, how's this? We understand that, you know, common sense.
I've been
Yes.
told by the mayor to call him directly, which I do, which I
Yeah.
appreciate.
Or the mayor,
The
right.
community do. This is how we work. We see something, we say something, we get it done. This is how it should work. That's government, that's people working together, and have a nice night.
Thank you, sir. Councilman, you wanted to add something? Councilman.
No, I just think it's important that these issues, it's great that I get an email, but there's people in the audience here, there's people talking. I mean, there's people watching, excuse me, that want to know updates. And I can't email everybody in Ward 1. And every council person can't
Oh,
email.
but you can put it
No, I-
on the agenda.
So it has, this stuff has to go on the agenda. I don't think we're talking about transparency, and this council has been very transparent, and I think that's the key. We cannot be pigeonholed into not being transparent. So that's all I ask is transparency. That's all I ask. I mean, it's great. You're great at communication. When I ask questions, call on the cell phone, email, you're fine. But this is what the city council's about, asking questions and move on. I mean, I ran that meeting, I put the point of order in play. And that's all we're going to talk about because I don't like to rehash situations. But I don't want to have this, I don't want this council to be pigeonholed or be pigeonholed into telling what we can ask and what we can't ask because people ask the questions. So emails are fine, but we need it on the record, and this is the record. This is what we're here for. If not, we can just hire 5 monkeys from Roger.
Oh, you can ask the questions. I'm just saying they have to have enough time to put it together. Now, some of
Well,
these,
this one,
go back a
every-
ways,
this
I
has all
know.
been since, but anyways, I'm not here to cry over spilt. We're not here to talk about spilt milk. We're just going to move on.
Yep.
But I'm just talking about the transparency. We cannot, as a body, lose our transparency. Thank you.
I hear you. Thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree, all about transparency, Council Vice President, and happy to get
Thank you.
this information to you. The way I understand it is that when it's on here for discussion or update, that it's the councilor's discussion and updates. So I figured if I provide it to you, then you want to relay it on record during the council meetings, that would be at your discretion.
Correct. Anything that we get, we can discuss it in public here, and you can let the public know. Before we go into new business, if there's nothing pressing, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We'll reconvene tonight's meeting. Under new business, before we start with new business, prior applicant who was on the agenda earlier, but he was only able to make the meeting now. So we did table that, but I would like to invite him to the podium at this time if he wants to describe his request. Madam Clerk, could you read his item and name, and we'll invite him.
Application for a hawker's license, Robert Baptista, Positive Atmosphere, address 52 Burgess Avenue.
Mr. Baptiste, if you would like to come forward, and you don't have to, but I know you couldn't make it earlier. And just state your name and address for the record. No, and not related to this, let me clarify. And the reason I took a recess, we don't normally recess, but something that I know, I just went through it myself, we all have, but Councilwoman has a family illness. One of the members is out of state. She has to go and help the family by 9 o'clock, pick up children and do some things. So that's what that's all about. But anyway, if you want to explain your application and what it is you intend to do. Yes.
And can you turn the mic on? We're being asked by IT.
Oh, sorry.
Is that on?
Yeah. So your name and address for the record, and then
Baptista, 52 Burgess Ave.
thank you. And every applicant that comes
So
before.
I was told that I needed a hawker's license to sell things other than food, which is what I'm doing. Same stuff I was selling for the past 3 years at my shop.
So I just wanted to clarify because you're no longer in a brick and mortar building?
You know that.
Right. So all that facade money went away?
That is a separate issue that we could talk about later.
Okay. So you got the food truck
Right.
and you want to add selling, let's say candles
I'm
and,
already selling, candles, clothing, my CBD brand, etc.
so would that be sold out of the food truck or okay. Is that common, Solicitor? You sell more than food out of a food truck?
First I'm hearing it. I don't know what would be common. I don't know. But food truck.
Is it legal to sell other than
I mean, it's a
food out
hawker's
of?
peddler's license, so I mean, it would be really a Department of Health issue if he can like cross sell.
I can add a little flavor to
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
I know
Councilman.
that I had that same catering truck, and I had tobacco. I had different products besides just food, candy, chips, food. There was a food vending truck, but I also had tobacco license. It's all sales tax stuff.
Okay.
And that has to do to provide that. I'm not sure about the mix, but.
Yeah, again, just to clear it, there used to be just one license for
Gotcha.
hawkers and peddlers.
Okay.
And then we split it up. The state law required us to split up between food and hawkers and peddlers. So I guess if he's selling food and selling other products, he needs both licenses, and that's what he's doing.
So basically your business went mobile.
100%.
Okay. All right. That's clarification I need. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Any other questions? The applicant, Mr. Solicitor, can we reopen? Okay. So at this time, without objection, we will reopen the application request. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson to approve, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Matter passes 4-0. Thank you. Good luck. Now we revert back to new business.
Public hearing on proposed charter amendments as recommended by the East Province Charter Commission.
Hang on one second. Can we just go back? Is there no mayor reports or anything? We covered that. Okay. Resolutions are none. Okay. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing on proposed charter amendments as recommended by the East Providence Charter Commission and the East Providence City Council. 1, discussion and vote to determine potential resolutions for placement of charter amendments on ballot. Regarding the City Council's power of attorney as the first consideration.
Thank you. So there, even though it's billed as public hearing, it's not really a public session. This is the final public workshop, if you will, and the next meeting, we will have to schedule it, which would be the final vote after the law department prepares ballot questions. So I would defer at this time to Attorney Conley, who has been working with this process.
Mr. President, I do believe you have each of those red lined in front of you. Is this a good mic volume?
Yeah, it's a little low, the volume.
So
It's better.
what each of these are is an attempt by me to take the discussion that we had at the previous council meeting, which is a lot, in large part, based on work done by the Charter Commission or input I received directly from individual council members, and to try to turn that into a first draft of proposed resolutions. Just as the president said, these are not final. They're still a draft. I don't have ballot questions for them. This is sort of our last opportunity to really change the content in any significant way, such that I would have time to complete any work prior to the next ballot. So the first resolution, they are somewhat organized in a manner in which I would hope to propose ballot questions with them eventually. I think there'll be some things that will change on that. There'll be some additions to them as well. But for the sake of our discussion this evening, you have a document that's entitled Inquiry on top. I can walk us through each of the individual changes. If the council wants me to speed up or slow down, please just interrupt. The first recommendation was to strike item 2, which has 2 clauses, which is for the council to establish administrative departments and to distribute the work of divisions.
Bill, just for a matter of process, do you want us to opine on each one? Because you just need direction on whether to go ahead and draft a question, correct?
Essentially, yes, or if there's any content in here that the council
Okay.
doesn't agree with,
Right.
now is our opportunity to figure that out.
All right, so.
So maybe
each
no
red line-
comment means,
Yeah, or we
Okay.
just say, I'm good with that. I'm good with striking number 2.
Could I,
yes, please.
I know this is a workshop. Is this a workshop or how are we going to do this? I don't know.
Yeah, it's informal workshop.
So,
Go ahead.
ranking number 2 in its entirety, establishing administrative departments. Most councils have the authority to establish departments. If this is stricken, who would have the authority to establish a department?
The mayor,
By himself?
why not?
It's just like appointing somebody to a zoning board. It's
So let me just.
advice and consent.
I
I'm
don't-
sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't want
Yeah.
to. So there are certain departments that are in by charter,
Mhm.
which we know, like I think it's, well, they're listed by the charter, but there are other departments that are not in the charter that are created by, which have been created by ordinance in the past. I think
Mhm.
recreation is one of them, correct? I just have a concern that the legislature body is the body who establishes departments as a matter of law generally. And if you strike this, then it doesn't really say the mayor, just I guess we'd have to add powers to the mayor
So-
to let him establish, him or her. Let me just say one thing as a preference, because I have comments on all these and I have spoken to Dylan on it. We are talking about amendments to the governing document of the city of East Providence. It is good to review it. This is the 6th year of a new form of government that we have, and there are things that need to be clarified. There are things that need to be maybe tightened up a little bit. There's probably no department that works closer with this charter than the law department with the other departments, so we do have some issues with it. But before you embark on these changes, I think you need to, and this is just my opinion, I'm giving it as an opinion, you need to, first of all, identify what problem you're trying to solve, or even if there is a problem to begin with. And I'm concerned that striking out number 2, and I don't know where that really came from, but
That came from me.
okay,
That was mine.
I'm sorry. distributing the work of divisions, that's in conflict with another provision of the charter, which the mayor has that authority to distribute work with the divisions, which makes sense because the mayor, and again, and speaking at the 30,000 feet level, it's important to keep this at a high level because you have to remember, this is a charter that's going to be governing long after I'm gone, the mayor's gone, you guys are gone, right? This is the governing document. So you got to try to take out the personalities. I don't mean to, you got to take out the personalities. What is the best interest of the city? So
You sound like me for 20 years.
there you go. So that's a little scary, but
So
anyway.
currently,
Anyway, so let me get back to this.
Too much tonight.
To distribute the work of divisions is in conflict with another provision. And to me, that makes sense to allow the mayor to do that because the mayor's office is a person who's there on a day-to-day basis and knows what the workload is and could say, hey, maybe the division of zoning is overworked and we need to create another division of zoning and planning, whatever. Distribute the work should be a mayor's function. But to establish an administrative department, again, I get sometimes accused of not taking the side of the council. That really should be a council
But-
by ordinance.
So the reason I push to strike this is, say like I want Department of Veterans Affairs. The mayor doesn't. I can get 2 more votes, establish a Department of Veterans, and if whoever's in the mayor's office says, I'm not staffing it, I'm not funding it, I can put funding towards it. Shouldn't it be the administration that creates a department?
Well, I would think that if a council passes an ordinance establishing a department and funds it, that it would be staffed and funded. I mean, that's what we do.
We allocated money now, and
That's different. That's different from establishing a department.
I get
City.
that.
There's a difference between allocating money and spending money and creating an actual department.
So
and
is your
currently,
concern that we're striking it and nowhere else does it say who can establish an administrative department?
If it's going to be stricken, it's got to be somewhere else. Yes.
Okay.
Because otherwise, we're just stuck with the ordinances that are in the
So-
book now.
Plus,
And
Me personally, I'm fine with the mayor being the one that.
currently, we can,
you have that power.
we have that now,
That's why I'm.
but we can't hire the department director.
Correct.
So it's not bad the way it is now, maybe in retro.
But what if we want to create a department at the administration?
Well, you'll never be able to if we don't have the authority,
But if you have the authority.
which we have now. You can
So
do
let's
it.
Say like you wanted to create a department tomorrow.
Well, in the converse, and just again, we can get in the converse. So let's assume that it vests in the power of the mayor, right? So the mayor says, "I want to create," and they do this in Europe, a Department of Happiness. We want to increase the happiness of the people of East Providence, right? So he or she, the mayor, creates a Department of Happiness. He creates his department. You don't fund it. We're in the same. Are we in the same position? Nothing happens. So I would think that if an ordinance is passed and the department is created and it's funded, then again, it's different than an allocation of money for funding different things. A creation of a department is a governmental function. It's a department of the city. And again, in my experience, and I've done this for other communities, the creation of departments usually is vested in the legislative branch.
So you suggest that we just strike
Leave it
and
alone.
distribute the work of divisions and leave the
That-
first part.
I believe that gets rid of a conflict that's in.
So number 2 would read establish administrative departments via ordinance. Do we need to add that wording in? How do we create a department?
Well, just leave the current wording. We now,
You usually do it by ordinance. That's how that's how they create.
I'm fine dropping that last part if you recommend that we keep it. Again, to distribute the work, that was probably the number one thing that had to get out of there. So yeah, on a voice of council, I say let's keep number 2 and drop the second part. So it should only read establish administrative departments and whatever legal language you guys need to put that in. That sound good to you folks?
Attorney Conley, is that clear? Okay.
Works for me.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Councilman.
The remainder of this change is derivative of what I think was an extended and lively debate on the council's power of inquiry through the administration. I do think this is in part derivative of the change in form of government, whereas the city manager used to be directly responsive to the council because they could lose their job as a result of the council at any given point in time. so the information flow and dynamic of the council versus city manager as opposed to council versus strong mayor is different. What a lot of the conversation I heard, and in part just some of the other discussions at the meetings at large, I used to try to build something out here that I think separated the power of inquiry and created a couple of different touchstones and opportunities for increased communication between the administration and the council, and to do it in a somewhat formalized manner. The first section is instead of any council member violating the provisions of this section, this is in 210, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. The idea of protecting staff from getting direct orders from the council has been a concern during my entire tenure working for the city of East Providence, and probably before then as well, which is across both forms of government. But in practice, it's not really clear how a council member will be charged of a misdemeanor, and also seems like an extreme response. So the pivot was that if a subordinate receives an order from a council member, they would then provide the mayor with that, and then the mayor could choose to publish that incident in the mayoral communications section of a council meeting. I thought that was a much more appropriate sanction in theory than a misdemeanor. The next two changes are in 212, subsection 2 and 3. I wanted to create the ability for the council to delegate the responsibilities of the clerk. This is not to remove the responsibilities of the clerk, but to allow the council to have increased flexibility and control over job assignments for the clerk. That is in part derived from what appeared to be a more overarching goal for the council to have more staff and support. If the clerk is doing every single thing that is laid out within the charter and is directly staffing all council considerations, that's probably much more work than any one human being can do. So I wanted to create a little bit of flexibility on that point to try to meet that goal. That was then immediately reflected in the newly suggested subsection 4 of section 212, which is the city clerk shall be the head of the support staff for the city council. I don't know if the council wants to specifically call out its ability to hire its own staff. I'm not sure that it's a necessary power because you can certainly fund it, but there's no harm if that's something that you wanted to add in there.
So do we have the ability, if we wanted to hire, say, government liaison or whatever, we have the ability to create a position through the budget?
Yeah, I don't see any limit on that.
Okay. Yeah, so that would kind of answer, because we got the clerk, and then if we want, like, I think it's important that we have somebody that understands the state legislature to be able to say, hey, folks, this is what's going on, aggregate data for us, stuff like that. So, all right, I'm good with that.
In 212.5, this is sort of an extension that the clerk shouldn't give direct orders to any subordinate of the mayoral administration. However, we do need to reflect the reality that the clerk is the head of the department currently. So they do need to be able to order their staff to perform the duties that are required of the clerk. The news section 6 is a discussion about how the city clerk shall be the liaison between the city council and the mayoral administration. This is the language that I was hoping met the expectations of the council when the council was talking about how they wanted communications to flow through the clerk to the administration. And then this next section, subcommittees, this was not something that was discussed at the previous council meeting. In truth, it is in each of the above sections, I'm trying to draft a solution for the problem of information flow between the administration and council. And I thought that subcommittees may be a good idea to address that sort of information flow challenge. Subcommittees are much less formal. They are generally encouraging much more candid forms of communication. And I do think more candid and regular forms of communication may avoid some of the communication challenges that we've seen so far. I do think it may be worth adding a section F there, which would allow for any other such subcommittees as may be established by ordinance. I do think that is somewhat implied within the language, but we could have increased clarity. And then in the directors of departments, I actually think this last section, 3-11, probably belongs in the appointments matter that we will speak on next. But this appointment section does have some level of control on how long the mayor or any department head would serve more than one role. So I think that can move into the next section, but we can deal with it then.
I love the subcommittees. I think that would greatly benefit. I think it would help with communications with the administration. I think that was awesome. Thank you for adding that.
Councilman, can I be heard on that one? On the subcommittees?
Yes, please.
So the council already has the ability to make subcommittees, and they could do so already.
Okay.
I'm concerned about the ability not to have a public hearing by a subcommittee as stated in this order, in this change. I think that if there's a subcommittee that's established, that the subcommittee should be able to have a public hearing on an issue. Obviously, it's not a final issue, but they might say you have a subcommittee on, I don't know, maybe recreation or something, right? You wanted to have a public hearing on, whether or not the recreation needs of the city are being met.
So
again,
strike the word shall not, strike the word not, or put wording that says they do have the ability to hold a public hearing.
I actually think that, again,
Okay.
and I actually think this whole section is not needed because you have the ability to create subcommittees. And I hate to see it, when you put something in the charter like that, it's almost saying, though, you have a power, but it's only limited to this. I just don't think it's necessary. You could always create subcommittees and you always had that authority to do so.
And where does that authority come from?
As a council, you're a legislative body, much like any legislative body can,
Is that state law or is it, it's not the charter, right?
it's just charter government.
We have established like the veterans, the recreation, we did those. We had the right
We don't
to
have public hearing. Those are advisory boards.
advisory boards, but they can have,
I'm going to follow legal advice.
they can have a public hearing. There's no vote that will be taken, but if the Veterans Board, if the Recreation Board, which we haven't met yet, we're just kind of finishing them up. If they want to have a public hearing on some thoughts they have, they can
So
have
we
it.
can create a subcommittee next meeting if we want.
Sure.
Absolutely.
A subcommittee of the
As long as we're covered, that we can do it,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. But I thought it was a great idea by Dylan I hadn't even thought of it, the subcommittees and stuff, and I think it will help. I think it would help if we had a budget subcommittee, if say like a couple of us were sitting in and, so that way it makes it a smoother process when we are starting to discuss stuff.
Many city
Subcommittee
councils
is-
have subcommittees.
Yeah, the subcommittees are the subcommittees of the five of us. We're not going to bring, let's not.
Whoever we want.
No, let's not confuse, and, as the solicitor is agreeing with me again tonight. Unbelievable.
Subcommittee comes from us.
That committee has to
yeah.
be made up of members of this
Exactly.
body.
It doesn't come from Joe Blow on
No,
the
no.
Veteran Society.
We
Well, that's
already
what
have that.
No,
That's
that's
different.
It's two different things.
A subcommittee, Bob, a subcommittee is just two
It's
members
just
of the
us.
Could
council.
be 3 members.
Yeah.
Could be 3.
That doesn't affect OMA?
No, because you're official subcommittee.
Yeah.
You have to comply with
post
OMA,
it, yeah.
but you're official subcommittee. Even if you had 2 members, you'd have to comply with OMA.
Yeah.
But other towns, cities like Providence, they have a subcommittee on finance, they have a subcommittee on budget, they have a city on ordinance. You could create that. You're a smaller city and you don't
Right, we don't
as
need
much
it. Okay.
business.
Yeah.
I just think that
Separate from
all this.
advisory.
And
We're getting committee and commissions and advisory.
Different. It's a
totally
committee.
different. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
right, subcommittee is different.
So it's just my personal, I don't know if, I'm sorry. And again, I have not followed what the Charter Commission did. I assume this came from the Charter Commission, but it did not.
No, this was discussion.
Okay. I'm
Last question on this is there a formal process for creating a subcommittee? Is it an ordinance? Is it a resolution?
I would do it by resolution because it's
Resolution, okay.
Just similar to what we did with the clerk's job last year. But anyways,
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
I got to talk about number 6. I'm sorry. All right. But I'm sorry, Jill.
Yes, Madam Clerk, please.
So Dylan, in section 6, the last sentence where it says the city clerk shall communicate with the administration by and through department heads, and should not communicate with subordinates. Can you just clarify that for me? Just because I talk to a lot of people in the building that aren't department heads. Like I spoke to Gene Savory today about implementing a vacant property list that's required by a new state law. I spoke to the planning department a few times over the last few days about an applicant for a liquor license. I worked with Jess Lamprey in finance for publishing an RFQ. So does
Yeah,
that mean I
so,
really can't talk to people in the building?
I think this was an effort to organize communications between the two, well, actually two different branches of government, in a way that goes through department heads. And I don't think there would be an issue if department head said, yeah, the right person to talk to. If you called up Mike and Mike said the right person to talk to is Dylan, I think you could have that conversation with me because you're still kind of going through department heads. This level of strict framework, I don't really have an objection to it being pulled back. It really is an effort for me to try to deliver on what the council discussion was at the previous meeting. I do think that some level of, it was clear to me based on the council's discussion at the previous meeting that somehow formalizing how communication works between the council and the administration would have value.
I think to that conversation, that last meeting, I mean, the city clerk should be able to speak to anybody in City Hall for daily business.
But not give orders outside.
No, of course not give orders, but in the course of the day and doing his or her job, licenses, birth certificates, they have to talk to people. What we want is, and I think we want to clarify tonight, is that we as a council will go directly to the chief of staff or the mayor. We're not going to have another layer which would just add to bureaucracy. For instance, it was, I think some of the language might say, well, we go to I have a concern about issue A. I'm going to ask the city clerk to ask the chief of staff to ask the mayor. No, we're going to go directly to the chief of staff or the mayor.
That's not what 6 says.
Right.
6
We're
says
gonna
the
change.
clerk. We go to the clerk, that we don't go to the chief of staff.
Right. That wasn't the intent of our last.
And why would you want, I'm sorry, I don't mean to,
No, please.
well, Frank's going to let me speak, but why would you want, I said, no, I hope Frank's going to let me speak. Again,
Well, you guys.
I'm coming in late on this, so I apologize, but I did have some conversations with Dylan. First thing I want to point out on number 6, and I did tell, this idea of separation of powers between the executive and legislative branch it's a foreign concept in municipal government. There's no such thing. Our Rhode Island Supreme Court said separation of powers is a concept at the state and federal level, but it's not a concept at the local level. And it's the case is Moreau versus I think it's City of Central Falls. So that language needs to be taken out completely about protecting the separation of powers because there is no such thing as separation of powers at the municipal level because it's a lot more fluid government, right? There's a lot more interaction going on between the different branches, even though there are different branches. There's a lot of overlap on some of this stuff. So
We need to take that whole section out, I think. Section number 6.
sometimes I think when you try to solve every issue, you kind of like you're bogging down. Like if you go back to section 2.10, you're saying that the council and members shall deal with the administrative service solely through the mayor and the city clerk. It says and the city clerk. So the mayor and the city clerk have to be involved to talk to the support staff. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Council President, am I allowed to ask just a simple question on,
Sure.
especially since this involves the communication between both the administrative and legislative side? So section 2-12, number 5, just a basic question, maybe one of the solicitors can answer. The city clerk shall not give any orders to any subordinate of the mayoral administration, except in those circumstances where it is necessary to perform the duties of the city clerk as required by state law. Just a quick question. What does this mean? And I'm just trying to understand it. Does this mean that any city clerk can order a department head, for example, like a police chief to like shut down a business without the consent of the mayor? Like, can that be done?
I mean that he or she can be the clerk and be in charge of the staff in the clerk's office. Because they're part of the administration technically. So the way I read the
Number 5, are you reading?
Okay.
So the way I read it was, as required by state law, which is the duties of the clerk. So the staff in that office, she's the head of it. That's the way I read it.
Right, I understand that. I was just.
But yeah, no, I
just
agree.
curious
She
in, like,
shouldn't
that
be,
kind of
yeah,
example.
And
she
just
shouldn't be
for-
able to tell anybody to do something.
Well, and just for correction, the mayor can't, the only body that can shut down a business is the city council. No, through the license and.
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
throwing any
Oh,
example.
no, I just want to make a correction there.
Thank you.
No, I agree with the concept you're bringing that, no, she shouldn't, just like we can't tell them
For
to
any
do
clerk,
something.
I'm-
But he or she is in charge of the city clerk's office, which has administrative staff.
Okay.
That's the way I read it.
And that's true now, is it not? Doesn't the city clerk?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's currently.
I didn't put this language in, so I don't know.
I just, again, I don't know if it's needed. I go back to 2-10.
Dylan, do we need that number 5? Is that born of what reason?
No, I don't think we need any of these things. When I say that, like the needs are areas which are like direct contradictions to other areas of the charter. So to the extent that we're talking about legal need, there's very, very few things that need to happen.
Even the city clerk shall be the head of the support staff of the city council. Of course. First of all, we don't have a support staff. But if we hired a support staff, they would report to us as a council, right?
And doesn't two,
Or you would create, excuse me, I'm sorry, Councilman, I didn't mean to- or you would create an ordinance allowing you to support staff and saying that the support staff will report to the city clerk or to the council president or the vice
I
president.
mean, we're not having a problem with this city clerk, thankfully. But hypothetically, we could have a problem with the city clerk.
But then you would fire the city clerk.
Well, and then we'd be in a lawsuit too, maybe.
I mean, I just
Saying, we don't want a city clerk to.
doesn't
No, I-
212 number 1 basically say what number 4 does?
Yeah, I was concerned about, you said 212 number 2?
No, number 1,
Yep.
which says the clerk shall do this, this, this.
Yep.
So do we need number 4 if number 1's there?
No, I don't believe so because
Right.
the city clerk has statutory authorities under the state law, right? Technically, the city clerk is the person who has to do the vital records, the land evidence record, all this stuff. Obviously, one person doesn't do that. So the way the city is set up, there are different positions within the clerk's office where her power or his power is delegated to those individuals. The ultimate responsibility to make sure it's done right is with the city clerk, but obviously they have staff to support that duty and he or she oversees it. So I think that.
So are we in agreement? Number 4 should just come out,
Say 4 and 5.
and 5 should just,
Yeah.
Dylan, just remove those, 4 and 5.
And again, I know Dylan worked hard on this. Can I go back to 210 for a second?
Yes.
Again, this is a policy decision about the misdemeanor. I don't think anyone's ever been charged in all the times I've worked with city government. These non-interference clauses are very typical. The second part is any subordinate of the mayor this is proposed new language, any subordinate of the mayor that receives an order from any member of the council shall report to the order of the mayor and the mayor shall publish the incident in the mayor communication. Wait, what is that? It's like an embarrassment kind of thing? Like, why would you do that? Like, well, I mean,
But
that's.
what's the consequence for violating, so say like if I'm calling Dan saying, come do this for me. What's my consequence? Because by charter, I can't do that.
Well, you're not supposed to do that. The consequence would be that you would be told by the mayor, you can't do that again. Or
the department head would be told.
never to communicate with
don't
you
answer.
again. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
You don't like public floggings and
thought we got
Oh,
rid
we
of
do
that.
like that. I would like-
I'm old school, but
I know you are. So again, and
Yes.
and then the addition, council members shall deal with the administrative service solely through the mayor and the city clerk. I think that's redundant. I mean, that's to me, so it's and the city clerk. I get it. So you guys, the council members, when you have an inquiry of me, you generally go through the city clerk but I'm your lawyer, right? So she says, Councilman Rigo wanted this. I get an email from her. Councilman Rigo, and so I'm a little different.
it just dawned on me. We don't need to go to the mayor to talk to you.
You don't. And people don't. Yeah. I mean, but or, you know, it's, again, it's not me, it's the law department, okay? Because it's not me. But I just think that even the first part of this, adding the city clerk in there, I don't know what the purpose of that would be. To deal with the administrative solely through the mayor and the city clerk, I just think.
So how about we strike and the city clerk and we add the mayor and or his designated,
Yeah.
okay?
Designate, right.
Yep. And I'm fine with scrubbing the last part about the public.
And to clarify,
And I think 6 needs to go completely because it's illegal. There's no such thing as.
yes, 6 should come out. And if I'm wrong, Dylan, let me know. But I think what you did is you took comments from 5 people the last few meetings. Some of us, you know, shouting them out, you know, here, there, everywhere. And this is not your document. What you've done is interpret things that we said. And then I'm sure a couple of us even contacted you directly, correct?
Yep.
For some input. And so that's where we have this document. But this is a good process. We're cleaning it up.
So I met with Meg and Dylan and we went through it just to make sure that what was presented here was what was discussed.
And you told me that, and that was a good process.
Yep.
I'm not referring to you.
So what we're hearing from Mike is a new perspective that we hadn't heard before.
Correct.
So, all right. So for
So-
the sake of moving this along,
Yeah, because otherwise
So-
we'll never.
I have another comment, but we didn't get to 311 yet, but go ahead.
okay, so 2-9, Dylan, we're going to get rid of the and distribute the work of. You got that? 210, we're going to strike and the city clerk, and we're going to add the line, the mayor or his designee, or whatever language you lawyers use.
Yep.
We're going to get rid of the the public humiliation, whatever we want to call it.
Do you think there's some value in keeping the language change in 2 and 3? I just think that gives the council some flexibility down the road that it doesn't presently have.
You talking 212?
212.2 and 212.3. I just think it allows the
Okay.
council to.
I'm good with that. And we can strike 4 and 5 and 6 and 2-17.
Yeah, again, I don't think it's necessary.
Right.
Save you some work, Dylan, too.
Yep.
He created this document, so he had to work to just strike it, but anyway.
Well, the ballot question's much different.
True.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All
Strike
right. So
that.
we all good with that so far?
Yes.
All right. So 3-11, Mike, you said you had
Yeah,
some.
so again, I don't know I don't know where this came from. Again, I didn't listen to the last meeting. So 2 or more department heads may not be headed by the same individual. Right now, the charter reads that they could be headed by the same individual.
That was, it also said the mayor could be head of a department.
Yeah.
So we asked that be changed because we figured the mayor's pretty busy to be running the department. And we didn't want one individual with 2 departments. There's a difference between department and division. So a department, like you wouldn't want the public works director, your police chief as well. Well, even though they can't, but you wouldn't want them as the rec director and the public works director. There's just so much work. So we would prefer that if you had to have an interim, that there'd be a timeline. You know what I mean? So say like a department head retired, they say, okay, public works, you're going to cover rec. I don't think it should be indefinite because I think one or the other starts to suffer. So
The interim.
that was the impetus for bringing this up. So if there's a better way to word it, we'll be all ears. But that was the reason for this. Because it originally read the mayor could be head of a department and one department head could be in charge of 2.
Okay. That's a policy decision that you're certainly free to make. I just want to clarify for a period of 3 months without the express written consent. And I talked to Dylan about this. It needs to say, I don't know what written consent means. It would be a vote of the council, right? It wouldn't be the written consent.
However you guys want to word it. You know, that the preference is that each department have a department head that's focused on that department. Rather than one person covering multiple departments.
Recognizing that by doing so, if the mayor decided, again, whoever the mayor may be at some time, that maybe the Department of IT and HR could be combined because there's not enough work between the two.
That's different. You're combining it to one.
No, but having one person do both departments, you're hamstringing the mayor to make that.
We have to have
administrative
some
decision.
leadway.
Yeah, but are you saying IT and finance would be,
I'm just picking 2 departments, like
oh, okay.
HR, IT and HR. So, and the only that reason that came to my head is because
IT is usually part of finance in most places.
I'm just,
It's not
I
its
know that
own.
Rob Perry, and again, this is not happening, but I know Mr. Perry, the current person, happens to have an IT background as well. So I'm just saying if
So if IT was a division of HR, I'd be fine with that.
you just don't want it to be the head. You
If you got a department, because when I think of department, I think of a big, IT small. So I don't even know if we need a department. It could be a division, but would you want one person in charge of, say, Public Works and name?
I get, ultimately, again, it's a policy decision, but if the mayor, whoever the mayor may be, had made that decision that he or she could make under the current charter, that's an administrative decision that the mayor would sink or swim based upon that decision. If the work is not being done or the department head, that's, he's accountable to the people. He or she may determine that, hey, I want to save money. I don't think I really need two separate department heads. I can combine HR with IT or HR with finance or something like that. And maybe the finance director can run both. By doing this, you kind of get your hamstringing the flexibility of, again, a mayor, not. So it's just my,
Right, no,
I wasn't sure where this came from.
No, this came from me, and it was basically a mayor's got one job set. I don't think they should be running a department because they're running the whole city, and having one person and more than one. This isn't a hill I'm going to die on. So it's.
May I ask, just piggyback on one of Mike's question, Council President, through you? Just on the timing, I could just say from my own experience and in some history as well. So we had a former chief of staff who was an HR director for some time. And I, as you are all aware, I was the acting, overseeing IT for some time while we were hiring an IT director. My only question is about the timing of it. So as many of you are aware, trying to find qualified people is not easy. We've been fortunate when we do. We will have an outgoing finance director soon, and I can tell you, we have now gone out twice. So the 3 months kind of makes me a little nervous because to bring in, it's a process. And if our HR director right here, he would say that the same, it's a process to bring someone on. And just to find qualified individuals for these really important positions, I was just curious about the 3 months, and I just wanted to kind of give it.
See, my concern is that I think we all agree we want separate department administrators for every department. But when there is a vacancy that can't be filled quickly, what do you do? So I wouldn't want to handcuff a mayor or a council or anybody by saying, oh, you can't combine. I mean, if the recreation director were to retire and we can't find somebody right away, if the mayor
would
said,
appoint
well,
somebody to be the head of it.
Parks Department is going to cover both for a
Like
while.
IT, he said Patricia's going to.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't want to
That makes
preclude
sense. That's
them
fine.
from saying you can't have two departments. It wouldn't be combined
It isn't.
permanently.
But that's the point I'm making. A permanent. We all know there's going to be temporary, like when there's
Right.
changes. So
Oh, yeah.
my thing is a permanent, having somebody. And again, it's just a conversation.
I mean, it could if it's a small department. Could stay that way, save money,
Okay. Again, this isn't something either way. If nobody feels strongly either way, we can just strike.
Yeah, I don't have a strong.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nope, that's fine. All right, you got that? Yeah.
Thank you.
Continue. Dylan.
I believe this brings me to appointments.
Okay.
So at the preceding council meeting, and I do regret that Councilwoman Souza is not available right now because the travel of this, and I feel obligated to be accurate to the travel of this, is that these proposed changes did not have the support of the council.
Correct.
But the councilwoman still wanted to see them put forward, so they are put forward. I don't have any issue with that, but if we are kind of taking a consensus on what language comes forward and what language doesn't, the travel here was that this council as a whole did not support this change. This change is a series of changes to the planning and zoning board and how appointments function. Instead of it being a mayoral appointment subject to council approval, they break it out and Each of the changes we can address in detail if, well, we want to focus on them. But generally, it represents, instead of the mayor appointing, say, was subject to council approval, 7 members of the planning board, the mayor would only appoint 2, the council would appoint 5, and there's no cross-check on each other's ability to approve anyone. The mayor doesn't have to consent to any of the council appointments, and the council doesn't have to consent to any of the mayoral appointments. On the zoning board, the change specifically says that the 5 members will be appointed by the council, and the 2 alternates to be appointed by the mayor. For what it's worth, an alternate is not a voting member of a board. They're only a voting member when the other member is absent. So in practice, that means whenever there's full attendance, the mayor is not represented on the zoning board. Because there's also no cross-check. Again, there's no mayor checking the council appointment and the council appointing the mayor. Excuse me, the council checking the mayoral appointment. The Board of Assessment Review seems to have similar changes, and there seems to be some changes related to terms in that language as well. And then in probate court and municipal court, the council is appointing the associate judge in each of those cases. Right now, I believe it's the mayor subject to council approval. In each of those instances, the change would have the council appointing the associate judge without any sort of consent from the mayor.
I think that I appreciate the fact that you did some due diligence on behalf of Councilwoman Souza and did bring this forward, but I do think that, in all, no disrespect to her, we did pretty much, the majority of the council did not want to disrupt the checks and balances that now exist. And I would like to continue that. I think Councilwoman made some valid points. I appreciate her sticking to her guns, but unless there's a change of heart here, I would like to see it stay the same. Right now, we can reject all of the appointments. We can stop. Now, someone said, yeah, but you can't make the appointment. That's okay. We can keep rejecting. In the bureaucratic world, in the political world, that's not how it works. After one objection, I'm sure we would sit down with a mayor and say, look, you're not going to get this person or that person. Who can we agree on? And we'll come up with a consensus. So it works now.
And my concern is, it's not like planning. You got 7 members, so the mayor has 2 voted members. The council would have 5. The other 2, though, you're basically undermining the mayor. And there would be because it would just be the alternates. So I think these 3 boards would have to be, if we go with Anna's, all of them would have to be 7 with 2 appointed voted members by the mayor and the council. But again, if it's not broke,
Yeah, I think we're all set.
The council president made a very good point. The power of the council over these appointments is the power to approve or reject. And that's generally how it's done. And I've never seen where, again, I don't want to belabor because it looks like we're going to move on anyway, but I never saw where the judge is appointed by the council, one judge is appointed by the council, one appointed by the mayor. I don't know what the purpose of that would be. You want with no other check. In other words, you would rely on the mayor, who's accountable to the people, make good appointments. The council has a role in that appointment process by approving those appointments. If the council says, no, we don't like this person from one way or another, or doesn't believe he's qualified, then the mayor's got to put up another name, and that's the check. So it forces them to work together. Right now, if you switch it, there would be no check on the other side.
Right. Okay, let's continue.
Next is appointments by ordinance. This is my first attempt to solve an issue which I think, in fairness, was really driven home by a legal memo I did back in, it's like 6 years ago now, where basically anyone that has the authority as an officer on behalf of the city, I interpreted to be a requirement of that person could only be appointed by the mayor. earlier this year, or maybe even last year, I forget. This council made a series of ordinance changes, which were largely reflective of that legal memo and that interpretation of the charter. This language here would be, the purpose of it would be to create or recreate, reinstill in the council the ability to have appointments on a board when that board has the ability to bind the city in some form or another. An example I would use would be like a tree commission. If a tree commission is telling someone that they cannot cut down a tree on their property, or they must cut down a tree on their property, it's sort of a binding action that's a directive on a third party. And I think that they're using the power of the city in order to do that. It would be my current interpretation of the ordinance that any member of that committee would have to be appointed by the mayor. There'd be no appointments by the council on such a committee. This would allow for council appointments on such a committee. I do think the need for this is actually much more rare in practice than maybe originally considered, because there's no limit on the council's ability to form advisory boards and advisory committees. I do call that out for advisory boards and appointments. I largely out of the concern that the description here may cause some confusion as to how advisory committees would work as distinct from authoritative boards. I'm happy to hear any questions or concerns from the council, from Mike on that front, but it's largely to recreate the ability of appointment within the council by ordinance.
So the council has already, sorry, Council President, the council
Please.
already has the authority to appoint advisory boards. You've done that already without the need for charter. It's again, it's inherent authority of the council. If you can appoint advisory boards till the day the cows come home, mayor also has that authority. He's appointed mayoral advisory committees. The need for authoritative boards, I mean, I think when it comes up, I mean, there are only certain board. I can't think of any boards that are created under current law that then the appointments are not already taken already accounted for. So if, I guess in the future, if the council wanted to create a board that had quote unquote authoritative power, which I a little disagree with, I disagree, but I'm not sure I understand what that really means. That the council could do so by ordinance and put that in the ordinance as to who the appointing authority would be. So I think this, my personal opinion, no offense to the assistant solicitor, I think this adds more confusion to the charter that's not necessary. You've already exercised this power. You already have the power. The mayor has already had this power, and I think it, again, I hate to use this term because if it's not broken, don't fix it. But again, that's just my opinion. I'm just giving the legal advice.
We could always do by ordinance if we had to.
I believe so.
Any thoughts on that? Or leave it alone? Yep. Is that okay? We'll take that. Follow along solicitor's advice.
And again, I don't know if the chart, was that a charter commission recommendation? I wasn't sure.
I had been mentioning that word officer and 3- something. That's probably the impetus for this.
In full disclosure, and this is, I'm not putting my assistant solicitor under the bus, we disagree with that interpretation. We do. So, but I'm just letting you know that the lawyers not know that I disagree with Dylan's interpretation of that. I think his interpretation of who is an officer is way broader than it needs to be. But we can deal that in another.
Not every lawyer agrees, are you saying?
That's what that keeps us in business.
I think they make money.
I'd like to add one thing, and it's more,
Yes, sir.
and it maybe doesn't have to be put here, but I'm never comfortable in the almost 2 years I've been sitting here that we get the name of Johnny Appleseed is on the zoning board, and we don't know Johnny Appleseed. If we want to run a true executive legislative type government, we should do what happens at the federal and state level, where that person needs to come in front of the body that's going to be doing the passage.
You can certainly do that. There's nothing preventing you from doing that.
We need, as a practice moving forward, I just don't want to hear Johnny Appleseed anymore. I want to see Johnny Appleseed because we might have questions. I mean, that's something, if we're going to be a body and not be dictated by anybody, then we got to do that from now
Sure,
on.
we can do that.
And that's the proper form of government. We're not a circus.
You have the authority under, I'm sorry to interrupt. You
Yeah.
have that authority, inherent authority to call that person
Yeah.
through your appointment approval process.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
And
think
because
that's
we
something-
vote on the approval, we
Yeah.
can say
Yeah,
we want
I
to talk
mean-
to him before.
Right, we'd like to
vote
meet
on
the
it.
person.
And we have asked more now.
Or a
to get
CV.
Resumes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like to see, we might have a question to that person on, appointing Johnny Appleseed to the zoning board.
But as far as the charter, we don't need a charter change
No,
because
but
we
I'm
already have
just-
that
I'm
bill.
just saying
I agree with you.
Yeah,
That's inherent in the
Yeah.
power of
Right.
approval.
And what happens is some of these zoning and planning appointments, the person's been there quite a while, so they're reappointed, not somebody brand new, but if there's someone new or anybody, we have that authority now.
Yeah.
Yep,
Absolutely.
good point.
We do that in other communities.
All right, want to continue?
Thank you. The next section is the city solicitor section, and I think Mike and I need to recuse ourselves now.
And I'll take a,
So this may be an area where Mike and I have different interpretations as well. I will say this is another area where I have issued a legal memorandum in the past. The goal here was that the council had expressed a desire to be able to retain their own legal counsel. I am of the opinion that the council does not currently have that ability. The reason for that is the second to last sentence. It says the city solicitor shall be attorney for the city and legal advisor of the mayor, council, and of all officers, et cetera. So I have understood that shall provision to be the city solicitor is the only person that has the power to represent any of those identified bodies. And then I think we had a really healthy discussion and a discussion that I kind of enjoy because it's a relatively nerdy area of law is, who is your client? And this is an incredibly critical thing for attorneys to think about at all times. And we talked about the need for the city to have one final attorney and for the client to very clearly be the city and not the mayor or not the council, that any attorney would be representing the city of East Providence. That's really what gives lawyers the freedom to, when the mayor calls them or a council member calls them and says, I want you to do X, attorneys say, no, you can't do that because I represent the city. And what you're asking me to do is not something that you're allowed to do. The way I try to structure it is by creating a position for legal advisors, which is separate from the solicitor. There's a very clear hierarchy that only the solicitor represents the city. But if the council or the mayor wish to have a legal advisor, or to the extent that the solicitor wish to hire different attorneys for specific areas of expertise, this would be the structure for it. It is a little bit verbose, probably the longest city solicitor section in any charter in the state of Rhode Island. But I do think it was an attempt to deliver on the discussion we had at the previous council meeting without creating conflict.
So I'm in favor of this and some examples. So legal advisor, last term, you guys had to hire a lawyer for eminent domain. That's a legal advisor. He's not representing you in court, nothing like that. We have
We
the
didn't have
ability to
to,
do
but
that.
there was,
Right.
Well, he would have, excuse me, he would have represented, he didn't represent them in court if we had gone to that part. That was part of his.
Well, right, but that's the only thing he talked about.
Mhm.
And I also like the fact that we had the very first start of term, an issue where a past council member hired a legal and wanted him paid, but nobody knew he hired him. So this clearly states that you got to have a resolution for the city council to have outside legal. So I do like that being in here. If the wording looks fine, I'm good with the content of it. I agree, a solicitor represents the city, assistant solicitor, but this just kind of lays out that we do have the ability, as needed, to get a legal advisor, and it has to be by resolution. So
Can I just make one comment?
absolutely.
The language of an assistant city solicitor is stricken, and I'm concerned about that because I will tell you that the office needs a solicitor and assistant solicitor. Dylan and his office has been very helpful to me in issues where a conflict arises and whatnot. So that language is struck in this.
Okay, so in 3-9, you want the city solicitor and assistant city solicitor. Do we need legal advisors in there? The very first sentence, so the city solicitor, you're saying you want to add and assistant city solicitor.
I just want to keep the language that's already struck in 3-9, correct.
Okay.
What paragraph is that?
3-9.
Says the mayor shall select, the mayor shall select
What's
an
that?
officer of the city with the approval of the city council, who shall have the title of city solicitor. The mayor shall also select an officer of the city with the approval of the city council, who shall have the title of assistant city solicitor. You got rid of that language. There's no.
Yeah, we definitely want the assistant back in there.
Right. Yes, we need that.
And what's the punishment for hiring people outside of East Providence?
I have to go over the bridge.
Yeah.
That's true.
I will say this. So this is it's a little awkward. I didn't mean to.
Oh, please
No,
continue.
no, I think Mr. Regal might have something. You can go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate it. Again, picture someone else in this chair. I have always believed that the council has the authority to hire legal counsel. You did it in the past. You have done it in the past, particularly if it's a particular area that I don't have expertise in or whatnot. The city solicitor has also hired, I have hired, we have hired bond counsel for these bonds. I am not bond counsel. I would not know how to do it, and I don't think Gillian would know how to do it. So there are special areas of the law. This is kind of clarifying it. I don't have a problem. Appoint such legal, the city solicitor may appoint such legal advisors. I think the council should know when we appoint special legal counsel for things. There's environmental issues that I have had to deal with. As you know, we've hired Christian Capizio to help us with those. That's okay. I just was really more concerned about the getting rid of the assistant city solicitor.
Okay.
And I actually think it is a little too wordy, but I think as the council has inherent powers, I believe to appoint their own legal counsel when necessary. I believe the city solicitor has a duty and obligation to appoint special legal counsel when they feel they can't do the job, or there's an area of expertise. Actually, the rules of professional conduct require me to lawyers to inform their client when there's something that's over their head and to get other counsel. So again,
And isn't that currently the way it is?
correct, yeah.
Yeah. So do we want to confuse a ballot question by, I mean, suppose we put something ballot that said we're not going to have the assistant solicitor, or we are, and it passes or doesn't pass, then we're bound by that.
And what happens, that's a good point. I didn't think about it. What happens if this doesn't pass? Then now don't have the power to hire, or you don't have the power to
Right.
have the power to hire?
I'd rather leave it alone.
You have that power now.
Well, if it doesn't pass, it stays the same, right?
Right.
Because we're just asking for a proposal. So to the
Or
president,
if it passes.
if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, then whatever is on record in the charter would stay in place.
It's also practice. Whatever we practice now, we do this.
Yeah. So I'm saying it would stay. If
Is it necessary?
So it's another question of if it isn't broke.
The only thing I would want, and we may not need a charter thing, is we don't want what happened last year where Tim got hired by Ricardo with nobody knowing. There should be some, can we do that by ordinance or
You
resolution?
adopted that in your rules, your current rules. say-
Already.
that already, it's
Cool.
already there. So I mean, tomorrow if we want during budget time, if
We don't need to change this.
No.
tomorrow if we want another lawyer for our
Right.
we hire somebody.
Right.
Got it.
Okay, so we on the same page, Attorney Conley? Same page? Okay, good. I could hear that
Yeah,
cross from here.
I heard
Yeah.
the X.
I heard the
I
X.
like the big X's, by the way.
This is, I don't, for what it's worth, I do charter commission work, and I know Mike does charter commission work in other municipalities. This is basically what happens. You start out with the ideas that are this much, and then it will, and then it comes down. I think that's a good
Sure.
process.
It's a good discussion to
Right.
educate not only the public, but the council as to how government works. So
I never understood why we don't have like an in-service for incoming elected officials, just to kind of go over stuff like this. You know, I think it would be good practice, and maybe that's something you and I can work on, Jill, for the next council, kind of like an in-service act.
it's a good idea.
The next item is partisan elections. The Charter Commission recommended that there be party primaries. This is currently drafted as what is known as a jungle primary. The distinction is very important here, so I want to take a second on it. The party primary is that the Democrats only run against Democrats in the primary, and the Republicans only run against Republicans in the primary, and so on and so forth. The jungle primary means that it's basically the same exact runoff style elections that we have now. The only difference is that your party would be declared on the ballot. The difference between how this is drafted and how it was recommended by the Charter Commission was based on my interpretation of the council's goals when we discussed the matter as a whole.
Right.
That's about where it rests right now. Mike has pointed out there's a couple of sections that we may want to cross-check on to make sure we can do it this way. And there's something about alphabetizing that I need to do a little bit of research on as well. The other thing that is important to remember anytime it comes to something along the lines of elections, it does require the General Assembly to ratify it. We experienced this before with the 2 to 4 year term phenomenon relative to the school committee. So I think everyone here is pretty familiar with how that process can go and how it can go awry. But even if passed by the public, the General Assembly would still need to approve it.
So I got no problem if somebody wants to put a D or I after their name. The jungle primary, I can't go with, you can't go with just 2 people, Democrat or Republican in the primary. Then you could have 10 people at the general. I can't support that.
No, the jungle would,
Everybody,
Jungle would be the primaries to large, windows it to 2. That's what I'm sticking with.
other terminology is open primary.
right.
Whatever the terminology is, the way, I'm not going to support a single primary and a general where you could have multiple. There should only be 2 people in the general.
So you're talking an open primary where everybody, we designate, if you're a D and R, I mean, if it's not a right now in the state of Rhode Island, there's only, I don't think the moderate party is recognized anymore. I mean, there's the it's because of the amount of votes that a general officer would need. So right now there's 2, and everybody else would be listed under the ballot. So it's an open primary with party designation, and it's similar. Then you could have 2 Democrats being the top, or 2 Republicans, or 2 whatever, making it that way.
You want to eliminate
Well,
person
they're
winning
saying-
with a small plurality.
Well, that's
Oh, buddy.
that's a different issue. Right.
What he's saying, yeah, but, and then one thing that I talked to the solicitor on, because it falls into we voting on things that could affect us, that this needs to take place, this needs to take effect January 1 of 2027, because our term, we're up for re-election in 26. So anything that we do here now can't benefit us, and that would look as a benefit to this party. I'm all for the process of designations, but we need to follow that. Same thing with the pay raises and everything like that. It's got to be, we do it now, and it's for the next body that inherits it. Yes.
So I see the chairman of the Charter Commission. So I want to understand. So, and I had a conversation with Dylan. I'm going to rely on your election expertise as the Board of Elections. If the intent is to just have a general primary like we have across the state, then I think the simple language should be all elections in the city will be governed by title. I think it's 17 of the Rhode Island general laws, right? That will be it. Then we'll just follow the regular primary process. It'll whittle to 1 Democrat and one Republican. You don't want that. So
that's why I'm saying it's he wants the open primary.
So he needs it. So if you want an open primary, which I guess is
He wants the open.
what 1110 would be, then you could, if this passes by the voters, then would need General Assembly approval for that special primary, and East Providence would be the only community that would have an open primary. I mean, it's a jungle primary. That's the better. Yeah.
We try to make it.
Nonpartisan, you mean?
Right. I don't care if people want to put an R or
Well, you can't have both. That's the issue. It's either one or the, it's one or the other. So let me, yeah. No, that's fine. So, I mean, just so you understand what a jungle primary is. So a jungle primary is there's 5 people up here. Well, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people up here, okay? I'm a Democrat, she's a Democrat, you're a Democrat, he's a Republican, you guys are all Republicans on that side, or whatever, we're vice versa. Normally, us 3 would be in a Democratic primary and we would get down to 1 candidate. There were 3 Republicans on your side, you'd have a Republican primary, you get down to 1 candidate. 1 Democrat would run against 1 Republican. That's the primary. A jungle primary is we're all on the same ballot. But assuming we're running for 1 position. All the names are listed and all party designations are made. You could wind up with 2 Democrats as the top vote getters, and then they would go on to the general election, or 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, or 2 Republicans. But that's what that's what a jungle primary is. And
But also too, in the jungle primary, you whittle it down to 2.
right, I said that.
Yeah, exactly. If you go to a general process, then everybody who's listed as independent, you could have 6 independents. You can't, anybody who's non-recognizable, you can't limit them. So,
That's correct. I think
so
you're right.
we'll end up with 7 independents. Like the last time for the mayor's office, there were 4 people running. So all you're doing is shifting it from September to November. You'll have 4 people.
You have a primary to get down to the
Well, right now in the nonpartisan.
nonpartisan you do.
But
Right.
if you go to a strict, if you don't keep it as jungle with party designation with the General Assembly approval, listening to my counterpart from Ward 4, you'll end up having 4 people running in November, because those people, you can't stop somebody being listed as an independent. They automatically pass go and go to November.
That's a good question. I don't know how they would
Well,
handle that. Yeah. but-
That's, you asked for my expertise, that's what's gonna happen. So you get the non-part,
Would not be on the jungle primary. ballot.
well, jungle, they would be. Non-jungle, party affiliation, they wouldn't be.
You're basically keeping the nonpartisan system with having the designation on it.
That's what a jungle does to you. You have party designations. I mean, that's the way you whittle it down to 2, so that somebody who gets elected in November has 50% of the vote, 51% of the vote. If not, if you just do party, you'll end up having the Buddy Cianci syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, you've been patient all night. Would you like to jump in here?
Yeah, I just want to add my 2 cents. I know you hear that a lot, but so when we voted for partisan, it was 7-2, I believe, and it was 7 people, including myself, voted for partisan, and we all gave our reasons. It was 7 different reasons. Not one of them brought up that they wanted a jungle primary. Not one person advocated for the nonpartisan system that we have now with party markers. What we were talking with a partisan election was exactly what you see in the state with the General Assembly, with state officers. My concern with this is you really get the worst of both worlds. So you get the party designees, the partisan markers, but you still have the same problem that we get, let's say 2018 with the mayor's race. You had, I think it was 3 registered Democrats and maybe 1 independent. You had a jungle primary, nonpartisan, top 2, go to November. Might have been all 4 Democrats, actually. But if that's the case, let's say it's all 4 Democrats. You have that in September. You have 1 winner. In a jungle primary system, you still have to have the top 2 run off. Which means you're paying for another election in November. If you have regular partisan election,
You're paying for one anyways. Federal and state law, there's a November election, so that's irrelevant, but I'll let you continue. There's by United States, the first Tuesday after the first Monday of every even year, there's elections, and every 4 years for president.
Well, you're still paying for Leslie to count the ballots, but
We're paying no matter what. There's an election every 2 years on November. Until the state goes to 4, so we're paying for it no matter what. You're not eliminating an election in November. Tell me how you're eliminating an election in November.
okay.
Tell me, please.
I guess my real question.
Tell me.
I guess my real question is, do you want partisan or not? Because right now you have partisan in name only, what you have here. Now, Councilman Lawson, I understand your logic. I respect that. You want to do partisan, do partisan. If you don't. But this is, I don't even know what this is. This is.
You don't want designation?
If you want to, in the system that we have right now, identify as a Democrat, most people do. I think we have more Democrats than independent. You can announce as a Democrat. You can get endorsed by the local Democratic Party. Most of you up here are registered Democrats. I think everyone here is a registered Democrat. I don't think it really would make a difference putting that on the ballot. It doesn't really affect anything.
Problem with that. My thing is, to be a primary with the most, you go to a partisan primary, you eliminate that. Because all you do is come out with a Republican and a Democrat. Then you could have 5 independents on the general.
That's what I just said.
And you're gonna have somebody that could win with less than 50%.
Yeah,
That's what I'm.
I understand. What I'm saying is that's a good argument for nonpartisan. And if
How is that a good argument? Because what's going to happen here is if there's 4 Democrats, and again, it's called the Buddy Cianci syndrome. When you know you can't get 50% of the vote, you run as an independent because you know you can get 33% of the vote. So what's going to happen here is if you take one of if you don't get the endorsement of the party, you just move to November, because now I can get less votes. Now I only need, if 4 people run, the Democrat, Republican, and 2 independents, I don't need 50.1% of the vote anymore. I need 25.1. I'm pretty good at math. So if you divide 4 by 100, you need 25.1 to be the winner. You divide 2 by 100, you need 50.1. So you're taking the majority of the people who go out and voted for that person for 2 or 4 years. If you push the independents in the easy route, what you're doing is saving people money. Because instead of having to run twice, I just have to run once in November. So I don't need to run in the primary. So I run as an independent, and I need 25.1. So as far as my math is concerned, that wouldn't be a majority of the people who voted. So it's to your point that I'm just showing you from what Councilman Lawson said, and having 13 years experience on the State Board of Elections, that we do not need the Buddy Cianci syndrome. I'm all for party designations. But all you're going to do is just shifting, just like the last election. So you shift, there's 4 people ran in 2020 for mayor. That was the only seat, and I think in the city that had a primary. So all you're doing is just shifting those 3 people or 4 people or 2 of them. What you're doing is shifting them from September to November. So if you can prove my math wrong, I'm with you. But those are the things. And I think I'm all for the party designation, but I don't want a Buddy Cianci sit in my seat or sit anywhere. I'm all for the party designation.
All right, I think we've.
So it's
made a
either
point,
we
so-
stick as is
Well,
or we go to partisan elections. So,
It's not really public hearing, but if there's no objection, if you can quickly.
no, I'm just
Please.
I'm laying out what he's saying.
Go ahead. With the party expert.
I respect your opinion. You don't believe on the partisan election. My experience with a party for a long time, and I think I heard you loud and clear, Vice President. If you run on Ward 1 with 3 candidates as Democrats, you win the elections in September, it's over. Unless someone fights in November. So now, okay, but it's over. What is wrong? Tell me, convince me. What is wrong with the system that we have in the General Assembly? A representative runs, wins the elections in the primary, no opponent on the general, it's over. If you'd run Councilman Rigo for the Senate or the House, you got partisan.
I don't disagree with everything you're saying. I'm just saying about the mindset of people. What you're going to do is the mindset of the city. You're going to force people to run as independents because then they pass. I'm just throwing out I'm being the devil's advocate here. We agree. We agree.
I understand. No, that's fine. I respect your opinion. The thing with partisan, what you have in the city of these provinces, is that people hire their affiliation. We like it or not, it's easy to get elected as a Democrat. No, Council. It's easy to get elected as a Democrat. I've never seen yet in the city of East Providence someone get elected on the opposite party on the Senate. I saw once in Riverside. If you remember, you've been on the elections for a long time, Councilman Rigo.
We had Republicans up in Rumford for a while, but we chased them out.
Well, and the other thing, if I was sitting there, we're talking about an issue that's a very important issue. And I listen to you guys, to the council, and I respect you all, talking about what the voters of the city of East Providence are saying. This is an issue that you should put it in front of the voters. I don't think, and I respect you that you got that power. And I think I told you earlier, when the council passed the mayor form of government, we had people on the council who said, you know something, John, I really don't agree with a strong mayor. My position at the time was, well, you don't agree, I respect your opinion. Allow the people to vote. Well, it was 75% of the voters on the city of East Providence who voted in favor of a strong mayor. Please don't hold back. Don't make that tough decision yourself. Believe me when I tell you, I respect your opinion because we all take a position in life. It's one or the other. But this is an issue that I strongly believe that it should be voted, it should be decided by the voters of the city of East Providence. I'm not disagreeing with some of the things that you say. But I run the elections, for example. I run on 4, for example. We got 3 of us run. I mean, on 1, Councilman Regan. 3 of us in a primary. You won the elections. Now you go to the general, the way the system is now, the 2 of us. I won the elections, so I can run the elections with the same guy that I just beat.
I agree with everything, but
That's what I'm saying.
I'm raising the point that we're going to, in this city, as you said, people don't want to, they hide their party affiliation.
Well, they do.
So what you're going to do is the hiders are going to just not going to file in September. They're going to go into November. Are you following what I'm saying? So you have 3 hiders, right? They could be whatever they want, but they're not an independent, they're not a Democrat or a Republican. Those are the only 2 recognized parties right now in the state. So the 3 hiders, instead of filing for September, they automatically pass go and go to November. That's the point I was just raising. I agree with you. You pull some of the rats out of the nest.
But it happened, and what I want you to listen loud and clear, because I respect every one of you. You're doing a good job for the city. But please, you got a strong mayor today with the partisan elections. It's a hell of a responsibility for the council to say, no, I'm voting no.
I am voting no.
You're famous, Councilman. You're famous to say, especially you, Councilman Riga. The people are talking, the people are saying that. How do you know? I know how many people approach me. That is the way to go, is what partisan.
I said this to you the last.
You know what I'm saying?
I said this the last time. I'm going to let the people vote, but I'm showing the potential downfalls.
There's nothing wrong with that, but we're talking about an issue, it was proven with the mayor form of government, okay? That I would not want to be sitting there and deciding myself when we're talking about an issue so important to this city. I would move out of the way and let the people decide. Who am I sitting there to say, no, I don't agree with, I'm voting no. No, please, do the right thing for the city. Because there's a lot of people on Ward 4, Ward 2, Ward 3, and Ward 1, the whole city, who are waiting for this thing to pass.
And I hear quite the opposite, John.
Well, you know, I mean, I understand that. I'm not going to disagree with you.
Okay.
But what
So,
I'm saying is, respecting you is what I would do if I was you guys. Is and you do what you want. You're the count. You have the power to stop. I would not sit here and say no. I'm voting no. No, I would certainly let the people decide because there's a lot of value in this. Councilman Reed, you just said we got 4 guys running the way it is. Ward 4, for example. You win the elections, but now he's running with the runner-up on the general election. But you win the elections and the primary with nonpartisan by guy. It's over. You don't have to go to the general.
No, it isn't over because
It is over.
No, it's-
Unless someone, no, excuse
Well,
me.
yeah.
I am
no,
talking,
we're
I'm
agreeing
sorry.
with-
Unless someone files to run as an independent or the Republican.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know what's going to, I'll bet you a dinner, I'll bet you a dinner someday that they're going to run, that they'll all run as independents because they don't have the intestinal fortitude to, the.
Or you clean his clocks.
Yeah.
Possible, but you clean
All right,
the
yeah,
guy's
no,
clock.
but you
You
see
know
where
what I'm
I'm
saying?
going.
That's just the way it is. But holding back, listen, there's a lot of arguments. Okay, there's an arguments on the partisan.
All right.
Please,
I think
do the
we've-
right thing for the voters of the city of
We've
Rockland.
heard from,
They're waiting for you to allow them to make that determination. Thank you very much for your time. I respect you all, but I understand that you got to take a position at time.
thank you, John.
That is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, John. You're always passionate.
so the choice is partisan or nonpartisan. I think you already heard all sides.
Right, it's, can be partisan.
So I'm not supporting changing our
Just won't-
primary.
Just remember, this is, and I think some people watching get the wrong impression. This is not the final word. This
No.
goes to a ballot.
Council President, can I just ask for?
5 seconds.
I just want to ask how, and I guess this is for the assistant solicitor, how would this be worded on the ballot? Because if it just says partisan elections, then I think that would be very misleading to people.
Yeah, I think it does have to be clear. What are you thinking, Dylan, at this point? If it were to go this way?
Stay tuned for the next council.
Yeah.
So it would have to indicate it's a former partisan election, but it would have to be a jungle primary. It would have to specify that everyone would be putting that jungle primary, which would be, again, not valid until ratified by the General Assembly.
That's why I put down the stipulation of January of 2027.
I mean, ratification. Yeah.
Plus, yeah, with the ratification.
Okay, so let's see what the wording looks like, and then we can make our decision on the.
Because that's what Dylan needs.
Yes, I think so. No, supporting what,
You support partisan election?
I thought we already went through this the last meeting.
Last meeting, and I said I would. I think I got it. I think the
Think got it.
were with Mr. Rigo, Mr. Roderick, and Mr. Fogarty.
Keep in mind, you're up and you're not
Let's see the language. Wait for the language.
wait for the language.
It's not a pure primary, though.
As long as it goes from many to few.
Right, we want the 51% or more.
And I just, again, January 27, which would be the next election cycle, would be November of 2030.
The next one I have on my list is the charter.
Charter Commission. Mhm.
There's 2 different proposed changes here. There was a bit of debate on how the council wanted to approach this. The cleanest solution was just to strike the entire thing. The other option I came up with was saying, starting with the 2030 general election, the city council may call for an election of a charter commission. Now, the council can call for a charter commission at any given point in time, so there's no way to curtail that. There's the difference between the two options here really isn't that much of a difference in effect. Nothing that we keep within 1318, and that approach is something that you need in order to have a charter commission. And it has the same exact impact, really. The only distinction would be that arguably the present charter commission would continue in its advisory role until for the remaining 8 years.
So, Mark, basically, this comes down to a courtesy to you all. We could either sunset it after the 8 years, or we could just eliminate it now. Do you see a reason to convene within the next couple of years? So we could either strike this completely, or we could reword it that after, was it 2030? It just sunsets. So a courtesy to you guys, how do you prefer? Do you want the sunset or just eliminate now?
I'm gonna speak only for myself,
Okay.
which is that this section is the reason we didn't touch it is just because it was the newest thing that was put in the charter. Has obviously some language issues. It's how we ended up with 8-year terms, and we didn't want to put too many proposals. You already have a lot of proposals you're dealing with. We didn't want to put one more question on the ballot. We figured since it's an 8-year term, that's something to deal with down the line. Personally, I'm fine getting rid of it. I think we did the purpose that we that we were supposed to do.
So as a courtesy to your committee, can you reach out to them, ask them their thoughts on this? And if they want to keep it, we'll sunset it. If they feel your work's done, we'll just send it. But completely as a courtesy to you guys.
I just want to make sure that Dylan has enough time we're right at the choke point here with getting this process done. We have to call another meeting. We don't
Well,
have anything scheduled.
He wouldn't, if they want the courtesy of letting it
Just to let us-
sunset, we wouldn't
Oh,
have to
right.
touch this.
Right, but he's
If
got to
you
get
feel
back.
the
to
work's
us.
done and we can end it now, we'll just repeal this whole section.
I think I have enough information for now. And
So yeah, Mark, whatever, as a courtesy to you guys, if you guys wanted to sunset, I'm fine with that. If you guys feel the work's done,
I mean, regardless, I don't think any of us on the Charter Commission want it to remain the way it is with an 8-year term.
okay, gotcha.
Stricken or changed, whatever it is.
It would seem like the work is done. It's now up to the public, up to us.
And it's
And we can always reconvene a.
And again, it's the courtesy to you. We didn't want to just end it without letting you guys have the final say. So,
we're still stuck here for 7 years now, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, I will let the rest.
Okay.
of the committee know.
Thank you. Charter Commission. Licensing.
So this is an area of basically the driving concern, as I understood it, was to create a power within the city council to license all businesses operating within the city. This is in no small part driven by the fact that there's a preliminary injunction in place prohibiting this council from taking authority over the operation of hotels and motels in the city. We haven't completely adjudicated that case. That it's only a preliminary injunction. We could still win out if we want to push forward on that front. The language here that really accomplishes that is in the first paragraph, second sentence. It says all businesses operating in the city may be subjected to the oversight of the Board of Licenses by and through the passage of an ordinance to that effect. The language on the Board of Licenses doesn't change the council's authority in any way, shape, or form. I did put it that way in case any council in the future wanted to create a separate board of licenses, which would be appointments, I do think that councils are put in an impossible situation where they're supposed to be both elected and responsive to their constituents, but also behave in a quasi judicial capacity to oversee the property rights of businesses. That's kind of a really difficult thing. I represent municipalities that have boards of licenses. I represent municipalities, including this one, but not exclusively this one, in which the council is the board of licenses. There's pros and cons to either form. I wanted the council to have the power to choose exactly how they wanted to do that. It's not a requirement to do anything at all. The remainder of those sections are areas in which I think Mike will point out that they're already true and they don't need to be written out. This is how basically the area of licensing law functions. I write it out because I'm not always sure that a lay person that doesn't practice in this area understands that this is how licensing works on a very regular basis, both personally and on behalf of clients. I get sort of the close this business down because they are being bad people type of request from constituents. And the answer is like, that's not really how that works. There's a whole process. There's a show cause hearing. There's you can't be arbitrary and capricious. There's so you know, a little bit of that is all laid out. We could contemplate creating emergency powers so that you don't have to comply with the Open Meetings Act in order to close an establishment. That is sometimes valuable, albeit I don't think I've ever had to do that in the city of East Providence. I do think that licensing and the jurisdiction of the licensing board in East Providence may see a large increase in importance if the music venue is completed as a very large
When
operation. When the music venue is completed, it's just a phenomenon where there's anytime there's a lot of people in the same area at the same time, stuff happens, and you know, I do think that's a consideration, but I do not believe that the solicitor agrees with me that that would necessarily cure the issue when it comes to the licensing of hotels and motels, et cetera. And I would concur with him that a lot of the language in there is unnecessary because it's true anyway.
Could I be heard on this?
Please.
So, first of all, I'm a little concerned about, I didn't talk to John about that. Number 8, you're actually striking the ability of the council. It says grant, suspend, or revoke licenses. This is a power of the legislative body. Grant, suspend, or revoke licenses, or by ordinance delegate to the mayor the power to grant, suspend, or revoke. That's current language. I think the intent there is you need to keep that ability to grant, suspend, or revoke licenses. That's a power of the city council. You just need to specify that. I think it's somewhat, he starts it again when the city council is hereby vested with the power to control licensor. Control is not the same as granting. So you need to, I think I would leave 8 as it is. I am concerned as to this issue of all businesses operating in the city may be subject to the oversight of the Board of Licensors by and through the passage of an ordinance to that effect. So if I read this correctly, what the city council is attempting to do is have the ability to pass an ordinance that will allow you to license all businesses within the city, regardless of whether or not that power to grant licenses is given to you by the state law, by the General Assembly. I don't think you have that power. Let me just read a little. I pulled this out today. It says our Supreme Court has repeatedly and consistently held that notwithstanding the adoption of the Home Rule Charter by any municipality, the General Assembly retains its inherent sovereignty and control over municipal affairs in most government areas, such as elections, taxes, borrowing of money, assessment and collection of taxes, schools and education, police and firefighting services, licensing and licensing of businesses, to name those most prominently noticed. General Assembly has complete control over licenses. So I still think that you would still need, even if this were to pass, unless it's ratified by the General Assembly, you'd still have the ability, you wouldn't have the authority to issue a license that is not authorized by state law. That has been the law of the land that goes back for a long time. So I think that is probably not legal. Number 2 is number 3, the city council may delegate the authority of the Board of Licenses to municipal personnel through the passage of the city ordinance. So now you're saying you have the authority, but we're going to delegate it to a personnel within the city. I'm not so sure that's such a good idea because some of these licenses require a public hearing. How do you have a public hearing before a member of the personnel service of the city? Does this license clerk convene, grant a liquor license and have people comment one way or the other? Right now, it's very public. You have the public come and whatnot. There's no question that city councils have the authority currently, delegate and create a separate board of licenses. I think Dylan and I agree that under state law, you still have that authority right now. So I think this is really unnecessary. I know that you might want to, 1, 2, I think it's my matter of law. You have to be, can't be arbitrary and capricious. The suspension has to fit the crime. You can't be overly aggressive depending upon the issue. So I just think this is muddying the water where it doesn't need to be muddied. I understand that your frustration that you don't have the ability to license everything in the city, any business. It says all businesses. This is giving you the authority to license all businesses within the city by ordinance. I don't think you have that authority to begin with. That's why we're in the issue with the hotel.
I think we discussed this too, because I met with Jill and Stephanie and Frank, and we had talked, there's some businesses, I think beauty salon stuff, they're not required to have a license.
Right.
And Jill and Stephanie made a great point that if we had, every business was required to get like a $5 license, at least we know who's operating in the city. Do we have that ability?
I've had that conversation with Stephanie as well, and there's a statute that cities and towns specifically be granted to at least have them register and pay a fee or whatever. That's the way to, but it's not a license. It's just really just a registration to let them know that they are in the city.
Okay.
Maybe
Hey, we
a
can work on that, Joe.
registration.
Okay.
You know, and I actually gave Stephanie a copy of the legislation that.
Okay.
and-
I can follow up with them
Yeah.
because that was the big impetus that, we just want to know.
Want to know.
No, I understand that, but this is a little, I think this was just.
So change the word license to registration.
By
like-
statute,
like
by
the-
statute, but you can get a special act passed by the General Assembly. You wouldn't do it through the charter.
So,
You just want,
so if I,
Not a charter thing.
not charter, you're talking about, I'm talking.
So you're
to
saying-
accomplish what you need to do.
we don't need
Have
the
your
charter.
delegation pass a law, which is similar to other cities and towns that have that authority, to let those type of businesses that don't need a license to register within the city.
We don't need it in the
Without-
charter, don't
without
put it.
changing the charter.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm fine with that.
What gives us the point of what we want. That, you follow with us, thank you.
Another X.
Jill, send me an email. We'll work on that.
This next one is called budget timing and advertising. I think one of the unintended consequences of the change to the mayoral form of government, the creation of the veto wasn't contemplated specifically on how it would impact timeline on the budget. I would say a very large portion of the language in here is designed to correct for that. I'm going to try to move through it relatively quickly. So in 212, new subsection I, and Mike and I are working on language here. I don't need to bore you on the details, but you'll probably see some changes talking about presented, and I need a reference to the veto section. In section 216, it's just requiring the clerk to do what the clerk already does, but it sets a timeline so that I can count out the days when it comes to how the ordinances, how the budget works. In 216, this entire section, I'm really trying to aim at avoiding a scenario where we have one set of notice and advertising requirements underneath the charter. We have another set underneath the Open Meetings Act. That when it's duplicated like that, I think generally it's an opportunity to make mistakes. This is not necessarily, all notice still has to happen in every single case. Notice just being the Open Meetings Act post.
I have a question on notification.
Yes.
I was looking. So zoning change, this would mean that zoning changes would only need one passage?
So that's
We do
been,
now.
that's been our practice for some time. The state law talks about how it's you get a review and a recommendation from the planning board. The planning board then makes a recommendation to the council. The council then holds a public hearing. There's also a requirement that the public hearing be held within a certain time period. Some municipalities hold a public hearing, vote on it as an ordinance, and then vote on it again. We have not done that historically. We've basically just conformed to state law. I do think
So zoning changes, maybe zoning changes, if we're going from an I to a, from an industrial to a C1, that's one vote.
one vote by the council.
Any change to the zoning ordinance in general, it doesn't have to be just a change a word in the zoning ordinance, but so this is something that I flagged because I've always been concerned about this. So we have a charter that says you need 2 passages for an ordinance.
Yeah.
And then we have state law that tells you how to pass a zoning ordinance that says 1 passage. Now, someone could make an argument that zoning ordinance, because it's an ordinance, even though state law says you only need 1 passage, we should have 2 under our charter. So I just want to make sure that exception is in here, that all ordinances except zoning ordinances need 1 passages because I want to conform with state law. We've been doing 1 passage. I've asked, when I first got here, I've asked Robin in the office, before I was here, before Dylan was here, all zoning changes have only required 1 passage. I just want to make it specific in the charter. I don't want to get into a legal battle saying, oh, you really need 2 passages for a zoning ordinance because your charter says you need passages for ordinances. There's no exception for zoning. I'm saying, well, I would make the legal argument that state law preempts us on zoning because it sets out how the procedure.
I'm just reading the way the charter is now, as you said,
And that's a conflict that specifically I want to address, and I think this is how it addresses that.
This is because of state law.
This is to clarify, we're going to, when passing a zoning ordinance, we're going to follow strictly state law. It's really just a clarification.
Well, you would win. That's where you'd win in court. Because state law trumps
Well,
home rule charter, though. So yeah,
it's an open question.
yeah, that's true.
We kind of continue to move through this. There was a discussion about increasing the time period for the mayor to present the budget from 45 days to 90 days.
Go back 1 second, Dylan, before you go on.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Number 5, 2-65, the current charter says publication of ordinances after final passage. After final passage, they shall be published within 3 days, as in subsection 2 of this second notice. A notice describing the ordinance in brief and general terms and stating that that is available for public inspection in the office of the city clerk. We do not do that. We have never done that since I've been here. I'm proposing that we just strike that. We don't, Joe, we don't do that at all. Prior city clerk didn't do it, and I've been told that we don't do that. So again, just trying to conform actual practice, even though the charter requires it, we have not been doing that. We do not publish a notice saying that this ordinance is passed and here's what it says. Just don't do it. I don't know why we don't do it. Yeah, it's just been a practice that kind of fell by the wayside, perhaps. I don't know. I'm proposing that we're striking it. I think,
It's unrealistic, is that the?
I think it's just an added burden, an added cost. I mean, the ordinances are, once the ordinance is passed, it's codified and it's put on the website.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's already on the city agenda and stuff, so, yeah. Exactly.
Okay, that's a
We're
strike.
fine striking that, Dylan.
So
Sorry.
there was a discussion about extending the time period for the budget year. It's currently 70 days by ordinance, a minimum of 45 days by charter. The discussion was about extending that to 90 days. Though one other thing I will note on this front is some of the other work that we're doing in here significantly improves the timelines for the council, how it's dealing with the charter, because we're correcting for some of those veto issues. We'll get to that. But I think that's an important context for considering this potential change within this as a whole.
And if I may, Council President,
Please.
just having worked on the budget, and our finance director is here as well, but just having worked on the budget for the last 6 years, I can tell you that even moving from, the timeline that we did during the past council, it has added a little bit more of a challenge. And this, doing so and changing with this change, one of the things, not only, but one of the major things that will happen is at the very end of the budget, when we're literally at the end of it, trying to prepare it, the two numbers that I tend to plug in at the very end that a lot of people don't realize is the school department's budget, as well as planning, the capital stuff. So the timing of that might be a little difficult to get the school department's numbers because they're usually waiting for state aid. So they don't get their, I worry that this is going to put us in a situation where the school department won't have their information ready. They won't have their info from the state. Their own budget won't be prepared. And the school department is a major line on our budget. So it'll be a challenge.
So 90 is a lot. 45, we think needs a little bit more. So is there a happy split?
Was that 70?
60.
That's 3 months. So by August, September.
Now we're at the end of August. So right.
No, we just started July.
No,
No,
we
he
usually have to
presents
have it to
70
you by the third week.
Oh.
Jesus. Yeah, okay, so 60 days would put you,
Even earlier.
yeah. I mean,
Dealing with a lot of vacations. That'll be difficult. I don't know. I'd have to go to the school department and ask them when they get their state aid.
Well, they have their numbers already because they already got them because the General Assembly already passed the budget. So school department should be easy because our budget runs November 1 to October 31st. But every other city in town is waiting at the last minute for the General Assembly to pass and the governor to pass the budget. So for their fiscal year. So in theory, our school department going into next fiscal year, by the latest of late, they'll have their number by middle of June. So just like we knew right around graduation time that the money was put back into the budget.
Council President, sorry. One of the things that we learned when we did this process is that, and what I think what's lacking in the charter, and this is not even in this, there's nothing in this charter that mandates when the school department submit its budget to the mayor. I think we need to, I mean, my personal opinion, I think that the school department needs to be able to we need to tell the school department by such and such a date. I don't know what that date is. Maybe Dill can go back to the school department with a request, but that should be in the charter.
And historically, just Mr. Solicitor, historically, it's literally the last thing. And previous councils had thought that we were holding on to our proposed budget, and we weren't. We were just waiting for two final numbers. So oftentimes that
Because the mayor's budget includes the school department, right? So, and if he's required, or he or she is required to spend it within 60 days, then he or she needs to get the school budget by a certain date prior to that 60 days. So
Isn't the school budget about half?
more than half. I
More
think.
than half of
Well,
the budget, I think.
It's the largest expenditure in the city. There's nothing in our charter that says when that has to be submitted.
No, I agree. So in theory, it should be third week in July for the school department because God forbid the General Assembly goes back to what it was when you were sitting there, that sometimes the budget season ran late, could go late. So that's what I mean. So if we backtrack that, and then that would give the time for this council then to have the whoever is in the mayor's office and who's ever sitting here.
Can we ask
Malcolm by August 1st.
to ask Malcolm to come forward, please? And I'd like to just get a brief, and thank you, Chief, and you can come back after, but I'd like to get a brief summary from you as a veteran of putting together these budgets. I mean, what's entailed here? What makes you do an effective budget? And what is it that we need? How early do we need? I mean, I'm fine with as long as the city's operating and we're doing things legally. I mean, what's at stake here in terms of all of these timelines? And if you could wave a wand, I mean, how would this work seamlessly?
We've got some conflicting language really between the state and the charter as far as how it starts. But I know when it was 45 days and you had to advertise, it was kind of a tight process, 45 days. To go to 90 seems to be excessive. Uh, we got it done when it was 45. You had more time, 70 at 9. I'm not quite sure why you need to go to 9. You seemed a bit much.
Would you agree 60, that I propose 60 would be a logical number, a fair number?
Could I ask him?
Yes, please ask.
Director, when the school budget, based upon your knowledge of how they operate, what would be a reasonable time to ask them to request, submit their budget to us? The mayor can put it in his budget.
You would want it preferably 30 days early. Because if they're coming in and asking for more than he thought, then we have to go back to the departments and bring them back in for one more go round. But,
That's what I was saying, yeah.
I don't know what the process is now.
yeah,
60, 90?
60 for the August 1st by the school department. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I know the school chair, by the way, was here all night, just had to leave, I'm sure. It's
Well,
been a long night.
Who we really should talk to is
Superintendent.
talk to superintendent, not,
Right, but she could have relayed,
Same thing with,
I want to
Right.
hear from
Yeah.
Craig and Sandy,
right?
how early they feel.
But I mean, the chair's involved.
oh, yeah.
Would have passed the word along. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, we just want this to work. It doesn't
So 60 days and
60.
we'll talk to the school committee.
talk to the superintendent. I mean, the superintendent and the school committee, they have a lot of the same roadblocks that the city has. There's not only the state, which maybe has decided the budget, but there's a housing fund. There are all kinds of things, special ed placements that come in the last second. I mean, budgets are not, finite as we would like them to be. Mr. Conley, what do you think?
I think the next couple sections are really doing similar things. The language as it was originally drafted in the charter never contemplated a mayor's proposed budget as well as just a budget. So I've been trying to add mayor's proposed to make the language specific in section 511, subsection 1. Changing the not less than 7 days to just be your standard Open Meetings Act requirements for posting and notice. It depressurizes that 45, 60-day time window, whatever it might be, because there aren't these extended advertising requirements in all of them. So the extended 7-day advertising requirement and an extended 5-day advertising requirement, they're just brought down to your Open Meetings Act standard. Mike and I have been talking about 511 subsection 3 a little bit. This is really talking about two different budgets at the same time, so it's confusing. I need to work that out. That needs to be separated into two sections so that one is clearly identifying the mayor's proposed budget and the other is clearly identifying sort of the council's budget. The 512 adoption of budget, extending that from 7 to 11 days, that extension gives you the full veto process. So that kind of corrects for that timeline error that existed before. This brings me to 512 proposed new subsection 4. This is another area that I would want to kind of work through a bit more with Mike. The goal here is just to reflect the veto process and how that plays a role within the budget. I do think there needs to be some sort of discussion about what happens in the interim and the amount of time that it takes for the council to override. My initial concept is, and I say concept purposefully, this is conceptually what I think it should work. I do think this language needs to be touched up still, is if the mayor vetoes a budget, then the present budget should continue in full force and effect because we got to have something happening. And then the council should have its time period to override the veto. If it fails to override the veto, then the mayor's budget takes control, which is essentially already what's happening, although in not so many terms. It's not as clear. And then of course, the council can override the mayor's veto, and then it would be the overridden, it would be the council's budget. So that sort of additional time with the tick forward or tick back in terms of should it be the council's budget, should it be the mayor's budget? We need some level of description on exactly how that occurs. And all of this is just an effort to untangle how the veto works within the budget. If conceptually that makes sense to the council, and you're willing to give Mike and I some time to kind of pull this out a bit further, I would appreciate that, because there is some issues here in how the language is currently presented. And I do really need to include the veto section in here to make sure that it's clear.
No, we want it to be clear, so proceed along with that.
I think that brings me to fiscal changes. Check my notes here. I still think this is broken out into two different sections. What the first thing I want to point out is if you go to the third page in your packet, it's labeled page 3 of 3, even though it's more than 3 pages long. I have a header that says M more fiscal changes, and it starts with section 5-5 revenues anticipated. So from this portion on, so really page 4, 5, 6, and I guess 7, but really 4, 5, and 6. I do need Malcolm to opine on these because I am not sufficiently proficient to accurately describe what those changes accomplish.
Can I suggest you guys do that for the next meeting? Due to the late hour tonight, or?
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you just need his clarification on some things, you said.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Malcolm and I can maybe jointly present right at the start.
Sure, sure. Yeah, because finance stuff, I want to make sure that we get this part right.
We can do that up front.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
I just,
I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. We are so far. When I asked for this stuff in November, that we'd have this stuff in January, February, March, the latest. Now we're up against it. Now we need to have another meeting and then to have another meeting. And that's what this, I mean, this is why you might have thought I was being an alarmist, but having sat through these type of things before, that's why we needed them to be on this timetable, because now all of a sudden we are being shoved. We have to have 2 meetings now. Just let everybody be prepared. 2 meetings. There was a reason why I asked for this stuff. It wasn't because I was
You're talking charter.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't forget, we've added.
Charter Commission.
No, but I mean, but by getting the stuff there, I mean, you know, it's a process down the road. As Dylan said, it goes from here to here to here to here. So if we got the here down here before, then we would have it.
Okay.
But we didn't get it in a timely fashion.
I would like to.
And then you had to go down there, and you know, now we've got so much burden on that gentleman over there.
So
to the extent that this is delayed in the council reception, I would like to take ownership of that. When it comes to the employee protection section, basically some of the language in here is unconstitutional. I thought the simplest way to solve the constitutionality issue was to just add be required to in sections 931 and 932. Mike, I don't know if you have anything further on that, but that.
And the impetus behind this was, if you want to support a candidate, support them, but we wanted protection that we didn't want, say, like, if I was running, telling a city worker, you got to go hold my sign. And then it's kind of like that implicit, well, if I don't, I'm going to get in trouble. So that's why having this wording saying they shall not be required.
So this is already covered by the ethics law. It says no person subject to the code of ethics shall solicit or request directly or through a surrogate political contributions from a subordinate for whom the officials or employees' official duties and responsibility he or she exercises supervisory authority. This does not prohibit or limit the First Amendment rights of a subordinate as defined in this section to make political contributions. So
your contribution does saying you got to go hold this sign, is that considered a contribution?
I would make that a contribution.
Okay,
I mean, that's like,
then I'm good with that.
yeah, it's in kind, that's right. That's it. I would just leave this as it is. I would strike, however. Go ahead.
I mean, if what we're gonna do is just rely on the state ethics code, which I think is perfectly fine, then we don't really need to touch this.
Right. There's state ethics code, the law, right. No need to reinvent the wheel.
Except I will say this, I'm sorry. No, actually, no, I'm fine. Thank you. Sorry.
We're getting close, folks. An independent audit.
Yeah, this one's straightforward. This is just moving it from the powers of the council to the mayor. Which the mayor is the one that orders the audit anyway.
Can I just talk on that one? So this when I saw this, I was a little surprised about it because Council Vice President, I want you to pay attention on this. This would strike the powers of the legislature to provide for an independent audit. And the reason why this is usually put in the legislative branch is because you want to separate the person who is spending the money from the person who's actually appropriating the money. No. I'm just so and I had an opportunity today to look at every city in the state who has a home rule charter, which is almost everyone. And the only one, Cranston puts it in the council, Newport puts it in the council, Pawtucket puts it in the council, Providence puts it in the council, Woonsocket puts it in the council. And honestly, Central Falls, I couldn't figure out where they have a provision, but I couldn't figure out where actually was.
But by practice, that's not how we do it.
Well, yeah, sure it is. So the audit is you hire the auditors.
You do?
Yeah, there's an RFP that goes out, and you guys hire the auditors.
It's a sign an RFP, but I don't recall picking.
We hire, yeah.
No, the past council,
That's right. You're on.
We haven't yet.
You're under a 3-year contract.
yeah, we're under a contract. That's the reason why. And I also.
Why we need that in service for incoming elected officials.
But I also, what needs to have more teeth is that this body, since we're responsible for it, has more input and push that auditing firm. And when the president calls them, we need to get answers. And they don't need to be roadblocked because, again, we're into fiscal year 24. We're going to be going into 25, and we haven't seen.
So you're saying we have the power to call the auditing company and say,
Yeah.
We did have them come in once.
Yeah, and
You hire them.
Hire them.
They came in and said, what I gave you doesn't mean anything. Throw it away. It was just, you might as well go to
all right,
PJ's
so
and buy
we're
toilet
8
paper.
months past, we should have had the audit, so let's call them. All right, so you're saying
Yeah.
just keep it as is.
I think this is bad practice to keep it put it in the the audit in the hands of the mayor. It's bad.
But we need more teeth.
Listen,
we need more teeth to move any council again. Again, I've said it before. It's about 20 years down the road, and you can't look at it for where we are now or who's up in third floor. It's about 20 years
Right.
down the line. We need more teeth. This council needs more teeth in the auditing process.
But can you suggest the teeth?
Yeah, to have more timetables and,
Like the auditors, we can't tell them what to do.
no, but they need to get the information
Right.
in a more timely.
And as you know, as we explained when we first did this,
Yeah.
the biggest holdup is getting the numbers from the
Yeah,
state for the
that's what I mean,
pension. It's a
yeah.
pension issue.
Oh, yeah.
Malcolm,
Yes.
What's a fair number? Is it too small right now in the charter that says after, I don't know, what's it, 90 days? Is 180 days, 6 months? Is that a fair number?
That's when it's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
And we've been meeting monthly with the Auditor General and his staff to go over this. And where are we at, what needs to be done. And the audit can't be finalized till we get the state pension numbers, which we've just about got. But this year, as it turns out, when you do the audit, the first thing you have to do is get your trial balance in order. So you've got to take out all your balance sheet accounts. Once you do that, you can bring the auditors in. So they can do a little preliminary work, but they really can't do anything until you have this trial balance. It's my understanding the school still hasn't given their trial balance. So we're just kind of in a holding pattern, have been for a while.
So we're in July of 2024. So that budget that just ended fiscal year 23, that ended on October 31st. They haven't closed their books. You're saying they still haven't got their trial balance yet?
And they're normally not this late, but due to circumstances, they're behind.
Oh my God! In the private sector, somebody would have the word. I don't know. Somebody said this word. He made money on a TV show, but somebody somebody would be in deep doo-doo. Let me tell you that. I'll just leave it that way. I'm not going to say those words, but somebody be in deep doo-doo.
And there's an example of, and every one of us here are friends of and supportive of our school department, but they evidently have their reasons why they haven't the trial balance. So it snowballs. We can't do anything on this level.
Audit process is really, in even hiring the audit process, we go to the auditor general, they hand us really the specs, we go out, you get the bids in, but whoever gets selected has to be approved by the auditor general. So they kind of run this process. And if we don't file on time within 6 months, they want to start meeting to know why. And with us, they've been meeting, monthly for 6 months. Where are you at? Where are you going to be? And we've kind of given them timetables, and we hope to be done by and have it published in August. But again, we're still waiting.
So section 3-5, powers and duties of the mayor, currently. Item number 4, prepare and submit the city council within 90 days of the close of the fiscal year, a comprehensive annual report of the financial transactions and administrative activities of the city, and prepare and make available for distribution to the public within 6 months of the close of the fiscal and audited, completed financial statement on the finances and administrative activities of the city. So that's what we're discussing, those numbers. So the charter says the audit should be here within 6 months of the close of a fiscal year. In 90 days, we should receive an annual report of the transactions. So is that two different things?
I mean, we could do an internal document to give you in 90 days to say, this is what we think. But then you have to go through the audit. And in the audit, like, we could give it to you, but it would only be the city side.
So
in the audit will tell you what the city did and the school did. But so I could give you in 90 days a printout of saying, this is where I think we're at least on the city side.
So I'm confused here. So the annual report of financial transactions and administrative activities of the city, should that say of the previous fiscal year?
Yeah,
Because you wouldn't need an up-to-date because we're talking about the previous fiscal year.
right, but in 90 days, I could run something and say, here's an internal document that says this is where we ended the fiscal year.
And I think that's what the charter said we have to do.
And
Okay.
that's not that's just.
Right, so the audit is 6 months. That document you just mentioned is 90 days.
Might give us the information, but it won't be the actual. And for instance, when this contract runs out, by law, it would have to be a new auditing company, right? We can't hire the same one again. So there'll be the process, the RFP and all of that.
The audit that we're, we go through, I think we have one more year. I think 24 is the last.
Right. So at that point, when we go to vote for a new company, we could ask some questions about timelines, but yet it's still the Auditor General has kind of veto power over our appointment.
So I think the biggest thing is we just need a snapshot of what happened the year prior as we're going through the budget for next year. And however that works.
But when we've been constantly saying, where's the audit, where's the audit, where's the audit, it's not that simple, as we've heard tonight.
But the charter says it has to be 6 months. That's
Yeah.
what we keep saying.
Can't
Where is
get
it? Where is it?
blood
So
out of
if
a
the charter
stone,
has
you
to
know?
change.
State law actually says 6 months.
Yeah. So for two clarifications, and one of them is like moving in the process in the next couple of weeks. Can you give us an unofficial overview of everything that happened in 20, I think the councilman's asking for in 2023.
Yes.
So can you provide that, like, well, I have to, sorry, I can't ask you. I'll have to send a request.
Stop it.
So,
So what's the recommended language for this section? What would be the recommended language for this section?
I have not.
So you said state law says 6 months for an audit?
6 months.
yeah,
180 days. Yeah.
Okay. So should we put that in charter language that will follow the state on that?
I think Mike and I can work on that.
Okay.
That could be a portion of, kind of jumped over the fiscal one because we need to have a presentation from Malcolm. So I can thread those things together. I think they belong in the same.
And again, the reason we keep asking is because the charter says we should have it. So if the charter needs to be adjusted, let's adjust it.
Yep.
so, and also for our next budget, which is 25, at what point do we appoint the new, at what point do we send out the RFP for a new auditor?
Well, you still got to do 20.
Oh, 24, they have it. So, but I mean,
No,
so
we're in 24, so this.
24, I meant, so they have, this company has, they'll do 24. So in our next budget in November is November 1st is 25. We'll have a new audit, we'll have a new auditing firm doing it at that time.
Right, but you would probably go out in say, May or June.
Hey, that's, I was just being a new council. I just wanted guidance, while this question came up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Director, I'm sorry you're here all night. I probably should have moved this up earlier on, but yeah.
Gonna get every last minute out of him.
I heard you get a watch when you finally leave. I don't know if it's gold. Oh, from the council. Never mind. It'll be a Timex.
I heard he gets a safe.
Yeah.
Do you have an end date?
No, not yet.
All right.
Next item, Mr. Assistant Solicitor.
So this is the language on, well, two things. One is the correction.
Excuse me 1 second. Director Moore, feel free, your last meeting. You can tell us whatever you want to tell us. Tell us where to go. You can, and you'll be smiling, I'm sure. But we do appreciate all of your work, and I'm sure you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Conley. Continue.
So there's actually two changes in this. I don't really. One of them is a correction of terms of office. This is a self-contradiction. Doesn't really belong here. I'll fix that.
Are you on compensation?
Yeah, and compensation currently also includes section 11-14 terms of office. This is just correcting a contradiction within the charter. But jumping back to compensation, this is another area that I think had a lively debate. The primary concepts that I pulled from the council was that there was a desire to deal with compensation, that there was a desire to avoid specific financial terms for any particular office. There was a desire to deal with compensation broadly and not as to any particular individual. There was a discussion about how compensation changes should work on a year-over-year basis in terms of whether or not anyone would be voting for an increase in salary for themselves or for some other sitting elected official. What I try to do is pull back and rely on how compensation has worked in other areas of municipal law. And although I haven't done it recently, earlier on in my practice, I used to have to regularly do arbitrations for collective bargaining agreements. And there's sort of a process where you identify similar classes of employment and similar municipalities. And then you take they're called comparables or comps. And then you take those comps and you take an average of those comps and you argue to the arbitrator, these municipalities are similar, this job is similar. Therefore, the average of these compensation packages should be similar. So taking that philosophical concept from an area that's already well established within how municipalities function, I identified basically that's how salaries and a discussion of the supportive financing should work or elected officials, and the elected officials were chief executive officers, which is sometimes elected, sometimes not elected. The school committees, which are sometimes elected, sometimes not elected, and councils, which are always elected. So amongst those classifications, there would be an annual report generated by the finance director as part of the mayor's budget. A report would then be submitted to the council, and the council would, on an annual basis, have to consider where East Providence sits on each of those compensation levels. I think that was a way in which I could create the most maximum database structure on how compensation could function on a year-over-year basis. I'm open to any feedback on that front, but that's how I tried to deliver based on the conversation.
The only thing I wanted is 2-3, 3-3, because it says you can't do it during a term, and you took care of that. I just wanted to read that every budget year, the city council will pass an ordinance in the salary of the mayor. So every year, the mayor's salary will get reviewed and adjusted as needed. I don't know if we need language in the charter about the average of 5 other municipalities. We may have a down fiscal year. Who knows? So I'm not sure that we need the language on, the average of 5. I mean, that's common sense that will do. But I definitely want language that says every budget year, the city council shall pass an ordinance setting the salary of the mayor.
I'm just going to be devil's advocate here and always set by the council before we got elected, because I'm just throwing this out. By each year, the council set the mayor's salary. In theory, that means if you're in a skunk match with the mayor, you could reduce the salary down to 0, and that's happened.
Language that it can't go back.
Well, I'm just saying we got to do it because that's
I'm fine with that.
yeah.
I'm fine with
that because that's the reason why salaries are set by the prior by the prior legislative body through Congress or the state house or anywhere to avoid that.
When would you say an ordinance should be, I'm hearing you're saying during a 4-year term, they can't be raised. They have to be raised by the council.
He said it can't be lowered. Could, right, you
Can't be low. It can't be lowered.
right?
So-
It can be raised.
What I'm proposing is every budget year, we pass an ordinance for the salary. What I'm thinking you're saying is
they
you
set
don't want it during the term.
Yeah.
So how do you set the salary?
You set it at the, like we would set it at that budget in November of 20. I mean, that goes in effect. It would be November 1 for the 2027 budget. We would set that.
Oh, but every
But then-
year by
But then you don't
ordinance.
touch it for 4 years?
And you don't touch it for 4 years. You do that.
And then the next council at,
Next council. That's the way it's done at the federal level and at the state level. I mean, there's the option, but because I'm just throwing devil's advocate out, because we got to make sure that there isn't a day that comes that we could take it down to 0.0.
yeah, no, I definitely want that protection in, but,
Yeah, no, it could easily state it has to maintain
Yeah.
the current rate, but be
Can't be
addressed.
lowered. Can't be lowered during the term.
Right, can't be lowered,
Federal
but
judges have that provision.
how do other communities set the mayor's salary?
Sometimes by ordinance,
it's
sometimes
by vote.
How
Bucket
often?
just did a-
Oh,
Do they hold it for a full term, like one vote, and then that's the salary for the
the
4-year
new
term?
trend since I think the state constitutional convention, I think in '86, the new trend was to set a salary and then have an automatic COLA adjustment, automatic. The General Assembly does that. So the salary set by the Constitution, but then it says every year, at the end of every 2-year term,
Right.
that you get a COLA increase.
Well, we didn't want to put hard numbers in the chart. We didn't want
You
to.
didn't want to put a set number, yeah.
Right.
Right,
'Cause
so
you may-
ordinance-
You may have a down fiscal year that raises just may not be in the picture. But we definitely got to raise the salary because you get what you pay for. And 90,000 is kind of cheap.
Ordinance is the best way because you don't want to wait for every charter.
Well, no, I agree 1,000%
Commission
with the ordinance, but my question is, should it be a yearly ordinance or should it be one at the start of the next term or at the end of the
I
current
think if you
term.
have a yearly review, you have a choice. You can leave it as is,
Or give it the COLA raise.
or do the COLA raise, or, you know,
It should be that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I mean, currently, we definitely know it has to be fixed.
I'm fine with doing it yearly, and I understand doing it once per term. So we got to let Dylan know one way or the other.
The yearly.
We might call annual.
Yeah, I think an
So every
annual-
year during the budget process, we
Right.
pass an ordinance. Yeah. I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
the COLA increase, set it and then COLA increase.
Well, I wouldn't call it COLA.
Don't even have to lock it into COLA. It could be whatever
For instance,
increase.
the next increase is going to be a bigger one from 90 up. Probably be,
Right.
You
It's
know,
got to be
so-
adjusted
Yeah.
to an appropriate level. So I
Um,
think the impetus from us is, you know, an annual review, which will not, I don't know if the word is lower, but will not lower the current rate, a current rate, but may set
every year the council shall set via ordinance the salary of the mayor.
during budget.
And you
time.
cannot go backwards.
Which cannot be lower than the term.
Which cannot be low. Kind of like the maintenance of effort for schools. You can't give them less than what you gave last year. So, yeah, good with that.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I got to say about finance is, Malcolm, I met with Dylan. I just wanted to ensure we have the ability via ordinance and not a charter change to adjust the fiscal year if it ever comes to the point where we can look at it. So, and I'm more than willing, if you guys are meeting, talking, if you want a set of ears or something.
We'll have a full presentation on that.
Okay. But that was my only thing with the financial, that we have that ability, fiscal year, to change it by ordinance. So if God willing, we did get a chance. So. All right. Anything else?
I've also got one on editorial changes, but we really don't need to talk about it.
What's that?
I've got one on editorial changes, but we don't need to talk about it. It's
Sure.
like we
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. What about as we all realize, we would not do anything for ourselves. What about council, school committee rates? What language are you?
It was identical. That entire conversation seemed to be moving it to just focused on the mayor's compensation.
Right.
And I have no language on
Yeah.
the council or the school committee.
So currently, it would remain as is, it's saying.
By ordinance.
Yeah.
And what the charter commissions, because even Mr. Farrier came up, we agreed to increase
Right.
it, I think to 7,000 and 8,000. You said that still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but-
that's what I thought
yeah,
we
but we do
agreed.
that via ordinance. We could do that right now, but it can't get into effect this term per charter. Right, but I don't think it's appropriate that we vote for I say if we're going to vote to raise the salary, we do it at the end of our term for the next one. That's just me personally. If you guys think it's appropriate, we vote for a pay raise for us. I just personally.
Even if we put it onto the ballot, like just similar to, like I said, the elections, everything doesn't take effect till January of 2027, so it doesn't affect this body. That would be the language I put in it. No, I said certain aspects of things. This,
So the answer would be for an ordinance that would set a rate that was recommended, but for the next,
January.
for January 27, not for ourselves. But that, using that rate that they recommended.
That's what I mean. Use that in January of 2027.
Deservingly so.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, we speak of, I mean, deservingly so. It's not for us, it's for the seat of the person doing the work.
I agree. I just,
Was that a straight ordinance, and not really applied to the charter?
well, right now it says via ordinance, but you guys are saying you want to be able to do it during a term, so striking
For the next term.
2-3 would allow us to do that. Do you want to keep 2-3 that says we can't give ourselves a pay raise?
Correct. We don't want to give ourselves
So,
the next,
so we keep it as is for the city council's pay. We could pass the ordinance, but it's not going to take place until the next term. And I do agree, we do got to bump it up.
yep, agreed.
That sound right?
I just think
Just think
ethically,
voting for a pay raise for yourself is not good. I don't think voting a pay raise for myself is good practice.
which means the public would vote.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's another way to look at it. Let the public decide. Yep.
The only change would be, do we keep 2-3 that says you can't do it during
Well,
the term, or do we eliminate that?
Could ask Dylan to prepare both ways.
Okay.
And then we'll make the final vote when it's voting language time. To do it by vote or by ordinance. So I think he had to step out for a minute, but if, yeah, we can, other than that, we're,
Just because,
Yes, did you wanna-
repeat it? When he gets back, if we use the existing language that is currently in this draft, it removes all of the ethical questions. Kind of what, I mean, John was kind of putting that as well. We can wait for Dylan to come back or.
that would bring us, why don't we quickly discuss, well, we'll need Dylan also, but next meeting date for this. He's gonna, it's gonna be driven by the time he needs. Yeah. While we're waiting for Dylan, you want to, Madam Clerk, you want to mention the ordinance that's also on the agenda?
Ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $232,615 for the full-time operation of a fourth rescue. Sponsor Council Vice President Rigo.
All I ask, I don't have to say anything more on this. I've been saying it for a year and a half now. I move passage.
Did you cite the source of the funding?
So my only concern is we're going back and forth. And I personally think we just need to put it in the budget. Is this ordinance, it's still not going to do it. You know, so why are we banging it? Let's just put it in the budget for the staff and
That's what I think. Leave it for budget
only because
discussion.
they're not going to do it. That would be my advice to you, my friend. Maybe table this and we put it in. But you got our support for the budget. Absolutely got our support for that for full-time rescue. It's just the way this ordinance is, it's just gonna cause, we've carried came up. Unless we get the buy-in, which we don't have from the mayor, I don't see a reason to pass this tonight.
And I think putting it in the budget and during the budget process, we allow the chief to
Absolutely.
know
We
what,
let them know ahead of time that we would like them
And-
presented.
and Malcolm.
Enough
and-
staff for a fourth rescue.
I would hope so by now. If they can't get that message, then
We can put it in the budget. That's our prerogative. So that would be my advice, my suggestion, my friend. So your call. You want a table?
well, I'd rather have table than say no.
A table.
Okay, so let's get this going on in the budget process.
We're a couple of months away, Bob.
Yeah, we're close. Thank you for your persistence. Okay, is there a
Vote to table.
Second.
motion by Council VP Rigo to table this, seconded by Councilman Lawson? to the budget process. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Dylan, what we've like to ask you to do regarding the council school committee compensation, could you prepare two options? One which would be the charter vote, which if approved would be approved upon passage, or the other option, which would be applied to the next council and school committee, not the concurrent bodies. Words to that effect, and then we'll make a final decision at that time. Do you need to add anything else?
The only thing too I want to mention, we talked about the 3.5 cap, having it match the state.
Yeah,
It's in there, okay.
it's in fiscal. We will do a fuller presentation on that. I will just say the difference between the city levy cap is more restrictive than the state law. Doesn't change the ability of the council to control what the levy cap is. I do think that that language creates a scenario where if there was some sort of fiscal emergency, the city would be forced to have a charter change as opposed to being able to rely on the General Assembly. I think a practical example of that is currently right now we have inflation that is higher than our levy cap rate. So let's say inflation's at 5%, our levy cap is at 3.5%. That means year over year, we lose 1.5% of buying power, even with a maximum tax increase. So you have to cut the budget 1.5% while raising the taxes at maximum just to break even. So that's a scenario which I think is unsustainable for more than a couple of years at a time. So, and also just in general, we have consistently struck every single thing in the charter which is discordant with state law.
Do you need anything else from us that we could send you along the way as you try to?
Next meeting, if we're gonna go past 10, an espresso machine.
Yes. No, so we have to set a date. Should we wait? We have time to advertise, or we'll wait till we hear from you, and then we'll set a date at that point. Madam Clerk, is there anything else on the agenda? No, just the meeting itself. Yeah. Motion by Councilman Lawson to adjourn. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Fogarty. Thank you all for attending. I want to mention a thank you to the Charter Commission. 4 or 5 members were here throughout the evening, and we appreciate that.